Everybody gotten something to eat? Do I see plates? There's a second round for plates. Yeah? Okay, there's still a lot of food, so please feel free. We are going to be here past lunchtime, so make sure you get something to eat, especially when we have a break. Again, thank you for being here at the inaugural Muscle Up Your Mental Health Forum by Samar Healthcare. We're going to get started so that we redeem the time. And I would like to start by welcoming Reverend Evan Karanja just to come and open the session with a word of prayer, and then we will continue from there.
Let's bow heads and pray. Heavenly Father, I come to stand before you on behalf of your people. I thank you as I welcome your presence in this place, that you may guide us from the beginning to the end. First, I would like to commit all the participants into your hands, Father. They came because they have a need, each one of them, and you know their needs. It is my prayer, Father, that by the time they leave this place, their needs would have been satisfied. I also want to commit those who are going to present various topics. I commit them into your hands, Father, that, Lord, you may instruct them. Teach them the way they should speak, O Lord. And let what they share with us be of great value. Let whatever comes out of their mouths go to change the lives of those who will hear. I thank you then as I release your blessings and your peace upon this place. It is in Jesus' name I have prayed, and all say, Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Karanja. Reverend Karanja is also the pastor of Elim Victory Church here in Marietta, and on his day job, he is a chaplain, always dealing with people who are near death and near their end times, and he's the one who is always called upon to do those duties. So he's a blessing to us. Thank you for being here. All right. Few announcements. I think I mentioned if you go outside the door, make a right. The restrooms are right there. As you can see, we have some videography and photography going on. Fear not, we are making it a sacred space. We will not be showing your faces anywhere. It will be mostly for the stage and the speakers that are up here, but we do need to document the day and also learn from today that we know how to do things in the future, right? So just relax. Take your time, take notes, and don't worry about all these people moving around. They are just doing their jobs. There are programs on the table in front of you. You can follow along with that. You can learn about the vendors and about the speakers and about what's coming next and what services are available. This event is being put together by Samar Healthcare. You will hear from the founder and owner in a minute. She's the one who's put it together. We will all agree that it is a good space, and the food is good, and she has set us up nicely, right? So we are grateful for that. You'll hear her speaking in a minute. I would like to just acknowledge all the vendors. Purity, I don't know if you're out there. Can you please show your face? I would just like to, okay, great, yes, Purity. So I will start off, Mr. Sami, please, if you may rise. I know he didn't want me to call him up. So when you see their names on there, they are the partners who have made this day possible. This is Sam Moranja with Samar Systems. The gentleman to my left there behind the camera is Molo Wilson, New Dawn AV Productions. Anything you see in Atlanta, any videoing and all that, that is the man you run to. And he's also responsible for this wonderful sound. Way in the back there is Miss Purity Nyambura, owner of PFS Productions. She is responsible for putting the volunteers together, the t-shirts together, setting up the room, the table decor, all that stuff. Event planning is her business. And then we have Mr. Mike Bryan right here. He's from Momentum Hope, part of our sponsors, and also in the mental health and awareness business. So another one that you need to know while he's here. And then I am Diana from Ryan Consultants. I helped Mary with the marketing and getting this stuff together. And as you can see, I always talk a lot too, so that's part of the gig. Last but not least, he heard me saying this and then went into hiding. I guess he needs an introduction. None other than Alex Rono will be coming out of the door any moment. People who like to make an entrance. He made his way all the way from Washington, D.C. to be here today. He is also my brother, for disclaimer. So if you see more pictures of me than any of you, just know we had a deal before he got here. But those are the partners who have made this day possible. We are very grateful for all of you. And you will learn more about them in the program. All right, to get ourselves started today, I would like to welcome our host and the person who put this together. A quick introduction. Her name is Dr. Mary Moranja. I have known her for a little over almost 20 years, if I'm not wrong. She has always been in school for the whole time I've known her, amassing 1,600 degrees at this point. We have agreed there's no more school right now. She needs to do community work, and that's why we are here. She is a DNP, MSN, NPC, PMHNP, BC, whatever, psychiatric mental health expert. And the alphabet, they're all there. So you know you're talking to somebody who has studied the field very well. She, and I'm just going to say this, forget about the professional side, but the personal side of knowing her. The first time she came and said, okay, I'm going to school, I'm going to be a doctor. We are like, yes, she's going to work, in the hospital. We can be in the emergency room, run in there. My stomach is hurting, my back, my this. What do I need? That's what. And she came one day and said, I'm going to do mental health. What? What? Personally, by that time, I had never known a Kenyan who did mental health. And I was like, what? You? And okay, I'm not knocking you, but she's 5 foot something, right? And she's there trying to mental health people. But then we knew it was serious when she started diagnosing us in our groups. When you sit around and somebody is watching you like this, and then she tells you a diagnosis, and like, are you diagnosing me right now? I'm just trying to talk to you. And that's where we knew. But as a result of it, I think it has been the biggest blessing, especially to those of us who are in her corner. She has been able to help a lot of us. She has a passion for men's mental health, particularly. Until we are at a point where like, Mary, please, even us, we are your friends, we are women, we need we need you to be honest. She's like, no, I have a passion for speaking to men and ensuring that they get the help they need. She says the women have a lot of resources who is caring about the men. And so this idea started of her wanting to do this, and we started talking about it. And then one day she called me and she said, I woke up at 3 a.m., I have the date, I have the program, we are doing this. And this is how this day came about. So Dr. Mary Moranja is and I'm just going to read off from this. She's an author. She has 2 books that are available on Amazon. You see them on your desk. We will talk about them a little later on. She's a dual board certified psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner and a family nurse practitioner. You can ask her later what those 2 distinctions are. We just know when you go in there, can she help you or not? I know she can help you. That's all that matters. She treats patients suffering from mental illness and substance abuse across their whole lifespan. She understands that mental health is overlooked because of the prevalent myths and stigmas and ignorance of the impact of mental health problems. Additionally, Dr. Mary finds that when adults understand how significantly childhood trauma has influenced their behavior, they begin to ask empowering questions to help them navigate that adversity. She encourages her patients to prioritize their mental health and seek out resources and support that help them lead healthier, happier lives. Seeking mental health support is a sign of strength and not weakness. Do not let your struggles become your identity. Let us welcome to the stage Dr. Mary Moranja. But okay, there we go. This is her mic. All right, thank you, Dr. Mary.
Thank you, Diana. Good morning. I think um, I'm honored. I am very honored to have all of you guys here. Um, I'm so excited about this vision that I have had for a long time. Those close to me, you know that I'm very passionate about men's well being, and why not? I am married. My husband is sitting right here, so that's a man. Um, I am an only girl out of four brothers, all men. I am a mother of four. Two of them happen to be boys. So that's why men have a very special place in my heart. I have witnessed and seen some of the struggles men have to go through. Men are usually overlooked because they are expected to possess certain characteristics that are seen as masculine. The pressure to be strong, powerful, emotionless leaders, breadwinners, and providers. If a man expresses emotions of any other kind, he is automatically thought to be weak and lacking in masculinity. Unnecessary pressure to men to live up to these unrealistic gender expectations causes men to suffer in silence, hide, and not seek help when needed. My agenda today is simple. I want to create a safe space where we can have a dialogue, just a dialogue. I have put together subject matter experts that will talk to us and give us the tools and the resources needed to navigate this life. We are all hurting. Together, we must create a safe space for us, for our children, and for our loved ones. No one person can reduce the stigma against men or men's mental health. It's going to require a societal shift. That being said, you can start shifting your conversations in your own circle by normalizing the conversation related to mental health and encouraging each other to seek help. And when I say to seek help, not from your neighbors, but for people who are trained to help. Let's start from micro to macro, starting with our own selves. As individuals, which lead us to have solid families. If we have solid families, we have healthy and stable community. If we have healthy and stable community, we have a resilient society. It starts with you and me. It starts with a dialogue. I want all of you guys to relax. I want you to learn. I want you to have an open mind. I am very honored to have all of you, and especially for the few that I have chosen. I work in a hospital, a mental health hospital. I work both inpatient and outpatient. I also have my own practice called Samar Healthcare. What I have seen made me put this together. Don't think I am a hero. I did it very afraid. But all I wanted is for all of you guys to show up. I want to, before I introduce our panelists, I have some colleagues that I work with, and I want to introduce one of our male therapists at Ridgeview Institute, and that is Mr. Gus. So that's why he's here to support us. And now I will introduce the people who will make this place, who will learn from. The first one will be Joanne Mwangi. Joanne is a sister. She is a certified life coach with a niche in inner child, reparenting, and boundaries. Joanne is passionate about mental health from an inner child perspective. I have worked with Joanne in various mental health forums, to even traveling to Kenya together to give back. Please help me welcome Joanne Mwangi. Our second panelist is Tamika Bell. Tamika is a licensed professional counselor. Tamika and I have worked together in a hospital setting, and now she is one of my therapists in my practice at Samar Healthcare. Tamika provides mental health treatment to a diverse population, treating teens and adults suffering from mental illness or familiar stresses. Tamika utilizes a wrapped around approach. And here with me, let's all welcome Tamika Bells. Of course, it's muscle up mental health. So we cannot do this without a man, huh? So my only man on the panelist is Theo Foreman. Theo is a certified addiction counselor and a relapse prevention specialist. He is a colleague, and I work with him in a hospital setting at Ridgeview Institute. He is compassionate with what he does because of his understanding of what it means to hit rock bottom. He is in recovery. He is in recovery for 24 years, a story he will share with you. Please help me welcome Theo Foreman. Okay. So these are the people who we'll be learning from. So we have Theo, we have Joanne Mwangi, and we have Tamika. So we will all sit down so we can allow Joanne to talk to us. And all of you guys, feel welcome. We have a lot of food. Enjoy.
If you're Kenyan, you know what that means. Pressure. Pressure to be all the things that are not you. Pressure to be who everybody else decided you should be, but not you. So my father, I'm going to start with my story, being a firstborn. I was born to very loving parents. They adored me. Being a firstborn child to firstborn means you're the first, right? In both sides of the family, and therefore everybody doted on me. However, my father, when I was 7 years old, started struggling with alcoholism. And that took our family to a different trajectory. We lived in a military base. My father was a fighter jet pilot at the Air Force. And so we lived at Isili Air Base, for those of you from Kenya. And one day I came from school and everything was outside. So for many of us, we know eviction from an American perspective. We've seen it from an American perspective. Those of us who live in Kenya, very rarely do you see evictions. So that was my first trauma. I will explain what trauma is. Trauma is what happens in you because of what happens to you. Okay? It's not just the thing that happens to you as a person. It's what happens in you, in your body, as a result of what happens around you or to you. So we know trauma from the perspective of earthquakes, rape, violence of any kind. So for me, what happened to me on that day was traumatizing, not having a home anymore. We ended up moving to the slums of Nairobi, and it wasn't long-lived, but it was the slums. So move from a military base to the slum, that means safety is taken away, right? All the things I knew were taken away. From then on, my body started getting sick. This is a thing for those of you who are parents. How many of you are parents? I need you to listen to me very carefully. And if you're not parents, you all interact with children at a different capacity. You may have nieces, nephews, or children in your community. Pay attention to them. I am passionate about this work because people do not pay attention to children. So I started getting sick. My kidneys started failing. I had high blood pressure. Everybody treated the symptoms, but not the root cause, which is why a lot of adults end up sick with so many illnesses, because at some point you're taking all this medication and at some point you don't even know why you're taking medication, because you've been prescribed for medicine for high blood pressure. It comes with, what are they called? Side effects. And then the side effects start doing something to your body. Then you're prescribed for more medication. So anyway, long story short, I had kidney failure. I was at Gertrude's Children's Hospital. For those of you from Nairobi will know, it was the only children's hospital in Nairobi at the time. I'm actually pretty old. So I was there for 3 months being treated for kidney failure. What nobody paid attention to was my emotions. So anytime I was sad, my blood pressure went up. Anytime I was excited, my blood pressure went up. So they could not control my blood pressure from a medical perspective. Nothing was working. My diet was changed, my environment was changed, all the things. They tried to do everything from a medical perspective, and nothing worked. So you will see here I have chairs. That chair right there is the child chair, which is where we talk about a child from age 0 to age 6 or 7. I usually say 6 or 7, right? Then we have the adolescent, which is age 8 onwards up to age 26. And I know you'll be shocked. So we are not talking about the word based on the English language as we know it. We're talking about it from how your brain processes information, how your brain is growing. We have something that Dr. Mary will talk about from a scientific perspective called the prefrontal cortex. That part of our brain keeps growing and forming until we are around age 26. So we are in this adolescent chair until around that age. Then we have the adult, and we talk about the adult from 2 perspectives, emotional and chronological age. So my child self was deeply wounded in so many ways, right? Our child self is a container for all emotions. On your desks or tables, you'll see I provided these cards. I want you guys to take them home with you. I want you to look at them. They are a tool that is going to be super important to you. They have a range of emotions, uncomfortable emotions and comfortable emotions. And then I have what I call a needs wheel. So every child is born into this world with specific needs. The number 1 need is to be able to attach to your parents, to your mother, to your father, to the adults who are raising you, your primary caretakers, for them to mirror back to you how to be a human being. If these people are not equipped, if these people are wounded, if these people do not know how to deal with a child, that's where your wounding starts. So I know as Kenyans, I'll speak from a Kenyan perspective, so the Americans or anybody else, please forgive me. We tend to say, we were whooped, but we are okay. My mother was strict, but I'm good. I know that's a narrative that is universal, but I speak about it from a Kenyan perspective. There is nothing in this world that is okay about beating on a child. You chip a part of them away as you do that. You teach them that their bodies are not sacred. You teach them that adults can do whatever they feel like doing whenever they feel like doing it. And that shows up in your adulthood, where you end up in abusive relationships with people. You cannot say no to people. You get abused in the workplace. You get abused in the community. It is also the reason we see all the terrible things happening in this world we live in. It is the reason we have wars. It is the reason we have racism and all the things, because somebody's needs were not met as a child and therefore they're acting out, right? When you do horrible things to people, that is called acting out. When you self-harm, which is either cutting yourself, eating too much, the addictions that we talk about, which is going to be one of our main topics, not knowing how to treat your body, talking about yourself in a way that you would never, ever, ever consider talking to somebody else that way. We call ourselves idiots. We call ourselves stupid. We call ourselves all these things, and we say them in a joking manner. Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. When I say that out loud, you unconsciously record that I'm an idiot and you start treating me that way. Therefore, I have given you permission to treat me that way. So think about how you talk about yourself around people, the words you use for yourself, the words you use to other people, because you're giving them permission to talk to you that way. Now, in terms of emotions from the child self, we tend to be uncomfortable with what we call the uncomfortable emotions: anger, sadness. I don't know them offhand, even though the product is mine. I have to read it. So the inner circle has anger, it has being alone, it has embarrassment, it has fear. Fear is one of the very predominant emotions that we have, and it spreads out, it becomes other things. It becomes stress, it becomes overwhelm, it becomes many things. We have a visceral reaction to other people's emotions because we have not dealt with our own emotions. And when an emotion is unresolved, it will show up. It will show up at some point, somewhere, at the wrong time. So when you see people shooting each other on these highways, those are unfelt emotions. It has nothing to do with the fact that somebody cut the person off. All this gang violence you're seeing in our city is because those children are being unheard, they're being unseen, all the things. So think about it from your perspective. Take time to think about your own emotions. Are there emotions you're suppressing, and where in your body are they showing up? All these emotions that we feel, we don't feel them in our head. We feel them from the neck down. They will show up as backache, they will show up as stomach ache, they will show up as heart palpitations, they will show up as sweaty palms, they will show up as something. And for us to be able to recognize them and regulate them, we need to be in tune with our bodies. Some of us have disassociated with our bodies completely. We're just walking around. We don't know how we feel. If I ask you, how are you feeling? Most of us will say, I'm feeling good. What does good mean? Where do you feel good? We don't know. So, moving on to our adolescent self. This person here is all of us. This person is reactive. This person is unconscious. This person is not our true self. This person is our ego. Very important. There to protect us. There to keep us safe. However, we have stayed there because we don't feel safe, and therefore we never move on to be the conscious person. Because whatever we created from the wounding, from our child self, became our protective mechanisms to survive the world we live in, to survive the environment. For those of us who are immigrants, it's a double whammy. right? In Kenya or in Africa, whatever country you came from, there was slavery. In the US, where we live, there was colonialism. In the US, there's slavery. So for us as Africans, we are dealing with the remnants of colonialism and the remnants of slavery. As a Black man, I will not pretend I understand. I don't have a son. I do have a brother who is in Kenya. I have uncles and all the males, but they're all in Kenya. I do see, though, how men, Black men especially, are treated in this country. And if you're of African descent, you're really, truly at the bottom of the barrel. And therefore, more than likely, you're not allowing yourself to feel your emotions. You're more than likely not allowing yourself to even see yourself so that you can be the best version of yourself. And this is important. So who bears the brunt of you not being your true self? It's your family, your children, your spouse. We are working with women in droves, but the men are absent. And that's why this forum was so important to us, because we want to tell you guys that we see you. We want you to feel safe amongst yourselves before you feel safe with us. Because if you don't feel safe in your body, with yourself, with your friends, with your peers, you're not going to feel safe at home with your spouse. You're not going to feel safe with your children. Those children, or whoever is sitting in that child chair, for those of you who have toddlers or children under the age of 6, when you observe them, they do not pretend. They do not pretend. When they're angry, you will know. The whole world will know, because they will throw a tantrum because they don't have the language to speak. When they're happy, they are extremely happy. But what do? We tell them, don't laugh like that. Especially girls. We were told, girls don't laugh like that. Only prostitutes laugh like that, right? Boys, when they cry, don't cry. Be strong. Be a man. What does that mean, right? Couple of years ago, my brother-in-law passed away. My nephew was 6 years old. It was a tragic death. It was a plane crash. And during the funeral, actually during the time before the funeral, this little boy was told by men like you're now the man of the house. And I want you guys to sit and think about that. Those of you who know a 6-year-old anywhere, when you tell a 6-year-old you're now the man of the house, what are you telling him? What are you telling him? He no longer now is a child. He's an adult. He has to take care of his mother. He has to take care of his siblings. He has to be strong. Therefore, all his emotions are irrelevant. That is what you're telling this child unconsciously. That is what some of you were possibly told when you fell outside and you were told you cannot cry, yet your body is in pain. So I talk about this from that perspective so that you can understand what happened to you and what did not happen for you. Because what did not happen for you also matters. Were you validated? Were you loved the way you needed to be loved as an individual? Many of us grew up in homes where there was multiple children. Therefore, if you needed to be loved a certain way, you were branded the black sheep because you rejected the way the love was coming. Because typically as human beings, as parents, we look at children as one thing. If you're 5 years old, all 5-year-olds should be behaving this way. If you're 6 years old, the same. If you're 13, all teenagers are horrible. So guess what? They start becoming horrible because you've told them that they're horrible, right? If you come from a family where there's multiple children and you're the firstborn, you start becoming the caretaker. This is another thing I tell parents. Stop having children for your children to take care of. Your firstborns, your secondborns are not parents. Let them be children. Don't have children that you cannot take care of. They're not your those children are not your other child's responsibility. Now, I say that from a place of privilege, and we all have to accept that some of us have privilege, right? There are situations where children are born and the older child has to be the helper of the parents inadvertently. And therefore, that child's needs are not being met. So, this is to say that parents, I will say for a fact, 100%, there's a very small population of adults who wake up with the intention to harm another adult. When the person who shoots up the school or shoots up the people on the highway, they did not wake up with that intention. It is the pain that has not been dealt with. It's the emotions that have not been dealt with. It is being unseen that has not been dealt with that drives people to do these things to others and to themselves. The person who is an alcoholic, like my father, it was pain that was not dealt with. It was being unseen. It was emotions that were unfelt. My father was an abandoned child. That's what I came to find out later. He was taken away from his parents at age 6, taken to relatives, taken to school, and never went back home until he was in high school. His siblings did not even know that he was part of the family. They thought he's just a person who comes to visit. So there are people with abandonment issues. There are people with a mother and a father wound. If your parents did not see you the way you needed to be seen, you will have a mother wound or a father wound. So think about who you are today, how you're showing up today, and ask yourself, why am I who I am? Who am I without all my titles? It is important to be able to know who you are without your titles, without your CEO title, your whatever title you have at work, without the title of father, without the title of brother. Who are you? Are you able to say what you're feeling? Are you able to communicate your needs to the people around you? This part of us is the conscious part of us. It is the part of us that is present. It is a part of us that is able to feel. It's the part of us that is able to see our adolescent rise up and regulate that part of us and say, you know what? I know you were there for a reason. I know you're there to protect me, but I'm good. I'm able to protect myself now. I am an adult, right? It is the part of us that's able to say, you know what? I am appreciative that you called me and you want me to do this thing, but I'm not able to do it because my calendar is overbooked, right? Because we have been taught from our child self to say yes when we mean no, so that people can like us, so that people can accept us. So are you able to set boundaries? And when you're not able to set boundaries, this is when your adolescent shows up and you start drinking and you start taking drugs to numb the things that you cannot speak out loud. And you guys look very solemn. Am I scaring you guys? I'm talking? Okay. Okay, you're listening. All right. It's deep, but it's necessary. Because I want us to start looking at people like my brother who is an alcoholic as a human and ask what happened to you versus asking what is wrong with you. Because when you ask a person what happened to you, the real person feels seen. When you see somebody drunk and falling over, don't assume that something is wrong with them. Think about, why is it that this person is drinking and they don't know that their body has had enough? I don't drink much. I will have a glass of wine. But yes, I taste. I do have a glass of wine. However, I'm very in tune with my body. I know how it makes me feel, and I will stop myself. You will never, ever, ever find me drunk and falling over anywhere. And that, to some people, is not fun, which is another thing that we do, especially as Kenyans. We cannot have fun without alcohol being involved, because we don't want to see our true selves. We don't want to feel our emotions. We don't want Joanne to come and say, you know what, I'm struggling. I hate my boss. I hate my kids. I hate life, because you don't know how to deal with that. So I want to encourage us to be open to seeing ourselves and seeing others, hearing hard things and not making them about us, but hearing them and truly being present for the person. When I come to you and say, I'm having a hard time, I'm not asking you to fix my hard time. Men are fixers. I just want you to listen. So a tool for you guys today is, when somebody says, I'm having a hard time, ask them, what does support look like for you today? Don't go into fixer mode. You should go see Dr. Mary. You should go take these pills. Let's go have a drink if you've had a hard day at work. Ask them, what was so hard about your day at work, right? And that way you start giving people permission to talk. Because these suicides we are seeing in our communities is because we are not giving people permission to talk. We're not giving people permission to feel. And I'm going to challenge you men, because the suicides are typically young boys. They are learning how to be humans from you. If you don't feel, if you don't see yourself, if you're talking about other humans in a negative way, and maybe your child sees themselves as that human, you've automatically told them they're not acceptable and they're not right, without telling them directly. Children hear the things you say. Children observe your behavior. I am going to speak about a community that we typically do not like, and that is the LGBTQ community. They're humans. We dehumanize them. We think they are not right. I want to talk about dehumanization of humans, right? All Black men are dehumanized on a daily basis in this country. There's the microaggressions, which is just behavior that tells you that you're not supposed to be here and I don't want you here. The LGBTQ community, which is if the man is gay, has that times 100 over you. And that is also coming from you. That dehumanizes them and tells them they are not human. Because for you to treat a human in a way that is dehumanizing, you have to look at them and decide, this person is not human, so I'm okay treating them the way I need to treat them, which is what is done to the children. That's why we beat on children, right? Because correction is different than what we call discipline, which is literally violence. When your 2-year-old does something, we don't have the patience to sit with them and tell them, we don't do this, this is how we do it. However, in your workplace, when you do something wrong, your boss sits with you, either writes you up, tells you what consequences are coming up. Why do we not do the same for children? Why do we not do the same for children? So back to the LGBTQ community. When you dehumanize them, you are telling them that they are not human. You're not seeing them as a human being that is different from you. That means a part of you has been suppressed, and that's the part that is from your child self, which is curiosity. Understanding something that is different from you. If the white man here is not willing to understand what it's like to be a black man in this country, that is never going to be solved. If you are not willing to see a Muslim and you're a Christian, that conflict will never be solved. If you're not willing to see your child as a human from when they are born, that will never be solved. If you're not willing to see me as a woman, as a human, how you treat me as a woman is never going to be solved, which means your daughter will also be treated the same way by somebody. It all comes full circle. And when we collectively do not look at Mother Earth as something that gives us life, we destroy it and we bear the brunt of it. So everything is interconnected and it all starts with us. So when we talk about addiction, I want to invite Dr. Mary to tell you guys what that looks like from a scientific perspective, because I don't have the language. So Dr. Mary, if you don't mind coming up here, and let's talk about our adolescent self and those emotions that have not been felt and how they show up. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. And I know most of you guys are shocked when you heard that we are all, if you are under 26 here, you're still an adolescent because your prefrontal cortex is not developed. You usually develop at age 26. But, yeah, so let's talk about addiction and how we look at addiction, especially in our community. We think it is a choice. Addiction is not a choice. Addiction is a disease. Addiction is a neuropsychological disorder that means you have intense urges to use or to behave in a certain way despite of the consequences. You wonder, how is someone really losing everything that they got, from their job to their children to a wife to a husband, because of addiction? And how we look at it as community, we think, oh, this person does not have self-will. This person is weak. This person does not have morals. No, it's not that. Before, as you guys had, I was a family practitioner. I used to wonder, how are these people not stopping drinking? Like, how can you ruin yourself? Until I started working in a rehabilitation and I saw how people were losing everything they got. So today, as Joanne said, I don't want you to go and judge that brother sitting next to you. I don't want you to go home and judge your siblings. I want you guys to go and look at them as sick people. It is the sickness of the brain. Let's look at it. I'm going to talk about alcohol because it's one that is legal. It is one that is readily available. And let's just look at alcohol by itself, how it affects our brain. And before I say this, I am not judging anyone for drinking. There are people who can have a glass of wine, one beer, and they are fine. What I'm saying is the people who can drink or who can use drugs and they are not able to stop. When you start drinking, when you start engaging with these, with alcohol or any other substances, I want you to be careful, because addiction comes also from family, the genetics. And I usually tell people, we can drink together, but you don't know my grandfather or my uncle or my brothers. We might not come from a family of addiction, But on the other hand, you come from a family of addiction. So we can drink 2 beers with you. It might not touch me, or I will not have that persistent urge to drink again. Versus you, who don't know your family history, your grandfather was an alcoholic, or your uncles were alcoholics, go down the line. So when you guys, two of you, are engaged in alcohol, the person who have come from a family of addiction will most likely get what? Addicted. And you wonder, how can you have a drink and not get drunk? You don't know their family history. So be very careful. Learn your family history. Just look at your family and see who are addicted. But anywho, let's look at the brain. Alcohol, how does it affect our brain? We heard about the prefrontal cortex. That is the prefrontal lobe of our brain, and that is where we have cognition, memory, thoughts. Cognition, memory, thoughts. So when you drink, that part of your brain is affected. People say, oh my God, I was so drunk, I can't remember what happened last night. The prefrontal cortex was affected, right? We are just talking about alcohol. Let's go to hippocampus, part of the brain, just next to the temporal. That is a part of our brain that stores short memory. Okay, so when you go to games, or when you go to the football games, and these young people, college students, are just chugging and chugging and chugging, and they black out, it's nothing else. Is that the hippocampus cannot handle that word alcohol. That's why they have blackout, and it's like they lose their short memory, and they cannot remember what happened. Okay, that is the other part of the brain. People think alcohol is a stimulant. No, it's not. It's a depressant. So it affects what? Your central nervous system. Your central nervous system. So it depresses that part of you, the thoughts, the cognition. And you get, when the police are telling you to touch your nose, they're looking at your coordination and balance because of where it's hitting your brain. Okay? That is central nervous system and cerebellum. Okay, that is the part of the brain that controls the coordination and what? And balance. Okay, we haven't touched on what it does to our cortical, what? The part of the brain just near the end of the brain, right? We haven't touched on what it does to our neurotransmitters. Serotonin, it gives you that dopamine, that good chemical. Okay, it makes you feel good, but it is affecting all those parts of your brain. Does that mean you should not drink? No, I am not here to tell any one of you not to drink. What I'm saying is, it depends on how much you're drinking. It depends on how much you're using. It depends on your family history, those genetics. That is just alcohol. I have young people working in the hospital. They always come with enough data showing me why THC is good. Well, it is good. But when you come to me and you say, I have been smoking and I'm looking for this job, and it's still showing up it takes a long time, because marijuana, that THC chemical, it is very similar to a chemical in our brain called anandamide. And what it does, once it attached there, it takes a long time for it to what? To clear. So, in nutshell, these drugs are affecting us. It is not how much we are using them, it is the quantity and how often we are using these things. Okay? But this is what I want you guys to carry. I used to wonder, why should I give this homeless man money? And I know very well when I give them this whatever dollar or two, they're going to go use drugs. And I had an argument with my younger brother, who is Dr. James. I said, instead of me giving them money, let me go buy them food. But there is one psychologist called Maslow. In 1940, he said, addiction is a temporary relief of pain. Addiction is a temporary relief of pain. When these people, when someone is losing their homes, their wives, their jobs, their dignity, you think anyone would like to do that? No, it is because they are sick. So it's just like a temporary, you want to relieve that pain. And when you think alcohol and marijuana is the only drugs, we have so many other, that is only chemical addiction. We have behavior addiction. If you know very well, gambling, we would just put it on DSM-5 because gambling is affecting millennials. They are really affected by gambling. Sex, pornography, shopping, eating, okay, all these are addictions. The same, working, technology. Oh, we haven't spoken about my 5-year-old. When he start like this, he have this, it's like sugar rush. It's because of the dopamine, so much dopamine, and he feels good. So if you are judging the people who are using who are addicted to chemical addictions, the alcohol and substance abuse, think of all those people who are in technology and addiction and pornography. It is the same thing. It's affecting the brain the same way. So when you look at our people, don't judge them. Just one of my greatest doctor that I love, Dr. Gabe Mate, said, don't ask them, why are you addicted? Ask them, why are you in pain? Why are you in pain? If you ask that question, you will not judge them. If you ask that question, you will not think these people they have failed in morals and ethics and all these. It is because they are suffering. When you go out and you see homeless people, the Maslow law said, the motivator of a man is the needs they have. The motivator of a man is the needs that they have. So there is hierarchies of needs. The number one is what? What do we all work for? Food, shelter, and clothing. That is basic need of a man. So when that man on the street cannot meet that, do you think they're gonna go and buy food, or they're gonna numb themselves with the little money that you have given them? Yet we judge them. Oh, they're just gonna use drugs. Trust me, they better go home hungry. They better stay hungry and go numb the pain that they have. Why? They can't even meet their basic needs. They don't have shelter. The number two, Maslow law. Security. We all need to be in a secure place, right? That homeless man, do they have a home? No, so they don't have security. Number three, Maslow law. Self-esteem. The worst feeling a man can have, it's lack of what? Self-esteem. We just look them just like another item. They are suffering. They are in pain. And the last one, self-actualization. Self-actualization. That is the highest hierarchy of need. Self-actualization is getting to what? To your highest potential. You want soft life? Self-actualization. You want that car? Self-actualization. You feel fulfilled? Self-actualization. The motivation of men is the needs that they have. Yes, Eric. Love and belonging, actually. So it is basic needs. Then we have security. Love and belonging. All of us need to be what? To be loved. Love and belonging, the self-esteem, and then self-actualization. Thank you, Eric.
And all that starts where? If your parents did not do that for you, if you haven't learned to do that for yourself, you end up
With
there.
all these addictions. Yet
If you cannot see it for yourself, you're not going to be able to see it for somebody else. So it all starts with self. Do you feel like you belong? Do you feel like you're safe with yourself? Do you trust yourself? Anybody who says, I have trust issues, they don't trust themselves. It's not you they don't trust, it's they don't trust themselves. And so I encourage you guys to truly, truly connect to yourselves. Look at the needs wheel, look at the emotional wheels, figure out the words, use your words, learn them, and use them amongst yourselves and spread the love. Spread that love
Yeah.
to your community. Because we can do it with the women, but the men have to do it with the men. I can teach a girl how to be a girl. I cannot teach a boy how to be a man. It has to come from you guys, which is another reason why we are having boys who are lost because the men are missing. You don't have to be the boy's father, biological father, but you can be the person who sees them, the person who sees that they're struggling, the person who holds space for that child, even if they're not yours, even if you don't have children, the person who is able to allow them to cry when they need to cry and not tell them that they're weak. The person who is able to see their humanity. Be the adult that you needed when you were a child for somebody else's child. It makes a whole world of a difference. And it changes the world. It really, truly does change the world. It starts with one person, and then you spread it. Once you start changing yourself, the people around you start changing. If you have boundaries for yourself, you know when to eat, when not to eat, you know when to drink, when not to drink, you know when to go to bed and when to wake up. When you have that with yourself, the people around you know how to read the room. I'm a person who has very strong boundaries. You know, I see people complaining about all the randoms who come on social media and do crazy stuff on people's walls. You will not see that on my wall because I have boundaries. You actually show people how to treat you by the way you treat yourself. And the children around you are watching, and therefore they learn. If my dad respects me, if my dad never hits me, nobody else in this world is ever going to have the permission to hit me. And I know that if I go back to my dad and say somebody hit me, my dad will not ask me, what did I do to deserve being hit? Because that's what we do to children. Right? And I'm not saying this to guilt those who have beat children, because you do what was done to you, you do what was taught. Correct it. Correct it. When a child doesn't know how to swim, what do? You teach them how to swim. You don't beat them into teaching them how to swim. You don't throw them in the water and drown them to teach them how to swim, right? You actually show them how to do those things the right way. There's natural consequences for all behavior in this world. You don't have to be violent for somebody to experience the natural consequences, right?
Yes. And so, that being said, if you don't feel your emotions, if you don't work on your emotions, if you're not mindful of your emotions, how do you numb them? Addiction. How do you numb them? Addiction. So, Joan,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank
Today
you,
we have
guys.
learned about the child,
the adolescent,
adolescents, and
the
the
adult.
adult.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So there are resources. We are going to give you some handouts that have points on how to feel your emotions. There's going to be a handout that tells you who your child self is, who your adolescent self is, and who your adult is. If you're struggling, I am a resource, reach out to me. The back of that card has a QR code. If you just scan it, it has my social media, it has my calendar. You can set up an appointment.
I will offer free consultations. I do group classes. Right now, I only have women. I would love to have men. So if you guys can get together and do a group class, I'm more than happy to do that. The class literally looks at a life of a human being from when you're conceived to adulthood. What happened? What did not happen? What life skills do you need? So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you.
They're trying to make sure I get my steps in tonight because I was all the way in the back. So I've gotten at least 10 from back there. Have you enjoyed that session? Oh, sorry. We have been getting this from Joanne for a long time. I'm glad she is speaking out here and she has done such a good job of not saying women once. So usually that's what it's all about, but I'm glad she has been able to separate the two. She has wonderful resources. I know people who use her cards and say, before we talk, pull out your wheels card so we can know what you're feeling. Don't just come here and start saying, let's start with, I'm sad. Why are you sad, right? And then you have to expand around it. So the information she's giving you is really good. If you want to use it, use it. It will help you. I can tell you, it has helped me. I took her class. If you don't think you have trauma, you have trauma. I can't, even me, I went in there, I don't have trauma, I'm good. By class 3, I was like, I have trauma. So there are things that sometimes, even as adults, we have buried, right? Because as children, you want to forget it and all that stuff, but knowing that it will come up later on, so it's better to deal with it. There's going to be a few breaks here and there, but we want to keep going. I want to welcome back on the stage the person who is putting on this event. I know she has already spoken a few technical terms and words, but we will let her now come and talk about why she's wearing the white coat she's wearing and how she got it, right? It took a while to get it. Mr. Sami can testify. But there is a science behind all this and the reason why she wanted us to be here. Let us welcome to the stage Dr. Mary Moranja.
All right, I think I'm back again. I am very honored again, as I said. How I started all this is because I was a family, and for those who know Dr. David Williams, that was my mentor. I worked with Dr. Williams for a long, long time. Actually, you'll never find me wearing this white coat because I am not in medical anymore. And when I go to mental health, I don't want them to think I am a doctor. I am just one of them. But today I'm honored to wear both because I have both. But when I was working in medicine, treating all those diabetic patients, high blood pressure, hypertension, you name it, there was something in me that was lacking. And what was lacking is that I saw the patients coming and I wonder, why are you not taking your blood pressure medications, yet you know what it can lead you to? Why are you not treating your diabetes, the way you're supposed to? And I realized 80 to 90% of those patients had depression. 80, not 70, 80 to 90% of those patients had some kind of mental problems. And I was like, no one ever addressed their emotions. Everybody want to address what? Their physical. They just listen, and that's what we do. We listen to your lungs and your heart, and goodbye. Nobody ever asked. All that time I was writing down, we never asked a patient, how are you feeling? How are your emotions? Yet, that is the number one reason why these people were not compliant. Okay? That's the number one reason why these people were not compliant. They were not feeling good. They were feeling tired, lack of motivation. And let's talk about why not talk about depression? People ask me, how do I know I am depressed? We have clinical depression, and we have what? Situational. Lack of motivation and situational. All of us have some time, all of us have ways of feeling blues, feeling down, feeling unmotivated. That is not what we call depression. That is what we call situational stress. What is clinical depression? How do you know you're depressed? I'm going to use a mnemonic called SIGICAP, and that is how you're going to detect whether you have depression or not. So let's look at it. SIGICAPs, S stand for what? Sleep. Okay, sleep. When you're depressed, you either oversleep or you don't sleep at all. Right? Your mind is racing. Cannot find yourself to relax. Can't find yourself to quiet that mind. And guess what we do? Man, if I can't sleep, what? I'm going to take a shot. It is normal. I'm going to take a shot. If I take that shot, I sleep well. Or we take sleep medication. That is S. I stands for lack of interest. I is interest. Lack of interest in doing things that we enjoyed. Lack of interest in doing things that we enjoyed. You find someone I can use the soccer people because they're here. You find someone was enjoying going to that soccer field. They were good. They were happy. But all of a sudden, they're not showing up. People don't go to work. They're not interested at all. That is how you know you're depressed. C, concentration. Poor concentration, lack of concentration. You are sharp. You used to get things. But now, you can't even read a book. You cannot concentrate on anything. You go to work and you feel foggy, right? You don't have clarity. You cannot concentrate on anything. A, appetite. People who are depressed, they either overeat or what? Not eat at all. So appetite, it can be either you eat too much, they call themselves what? Stress eaters. You eat too much, or sometimes you find themselves not what? Eating at all. That is appetite. And then we have P for psychomotor retardation. You don't need to be told someone is depressed. If you have never been in the hospital and see someone depressed, their psychomotor is just slow. They walk in a very slow pace. They can't even walk. They're just retarded, kinda. Retardation, psychomotor retardation. They're just slow, in a slow way. That is what P stand for. SIGI, CAPS, and then we have S. S is for suicide. S is for suicide. So we have sleep. People sleep more or they don't sleep. We have I, interest, lack of interest in doing things they enjoy doing. We have C for concentration. We have A for appetite. We have P for psychomotor retardation. And we have S for suicide. By the time someone decide, I don't have any more strength to keep on going. They don't have any more strength to keep on going. They have gotten to the end of what? To the end of the road. I want you to keep those mnemonics. And many people think you have to be depressed for a long time to seek help. 2 weeks. Only 2 weeks. If you feel all those SIGICAP things for more than 2 weeks, you cannot get yourself out of those things and you're feeling those symptoms more than 2 weeks, you come to me, you already have clinical depression. People fear the label. People fear, they have stigma. Why should I be treated? I don't want to take medications. And allow me to say this, especially for Black men and African Americans. We all know about what? Tuskegee what? Tuskegee. Many Black men, they ain't doing that. They are not willing to be treated. But depression, mental illnesses, they do not discriminate. They don't care about your gender, your race, your socio-economic whatever. It affects each and every one of us equally. Women are 3 times, they attempt suicide 3 times more than men. But men are 3.5 more times to be what? Successful. Women, we attempt. Men, we attempt. Women do attempt all the time. But men are 3.5 more times than women to complete it. Because they use what? Lethal methods. By the time we take 5 pills just to, we take 5 pills, men have already taken what? A gun or something else. That is how you know we have depression. We have, that is literally the mnemonic, the signs and symptoms of depression. We have different types of depression. That is clinical depression. We have something we call dysthymia or adjustment depression. That is the depression that is persistent. That is depression that is persistent. And we call it what? High functioning depression. These are people like you and I. I might be walking here with my white coat. You don't know whether I have a persistent depression, dysthymia. Who remember Miss USA? Chelsea Christ. She had dysthymia, persistent depression. When she completed suicide, was it last year, the year before last year? She had the looks, she had the money, she had the fame, she had it all. And many people came and say, what? Huh? With all she had. But when I listened to her mom talking about how she used to describe how she was feeling, this is someone who had high functioning depression. They work, we just work with them. Actually, you will never know. They come to work, they perform, they go home. They take care of their children, they take care of their spouses. They are fine. But they have this persistent depression. What they do, they feel empty. Chelsea Christ mom was.
I'm sorry to to disturb Mary when she's in the middle of that. They're going to remove the food. So if anyone wants to have anything else, please don't leave all of you at once. But you can just slowly get up and get a plate, and then they'll remove it after that. But I didn't want to interrupt Mary's thing while they're doing that. Sorry.
That's okay, Diana. So Chelsea Christ had persistent depression. It is one of the depression that is very hard to detect or to diagnose or to treat, because these people, they are fine, they high functioning, they function just normal. But when they go, they are not lonely. Chelsea Christ had what? People around her, but she was alone. There is the difference of being lonely and alone. She had that sadness, emptiness. That's what her mom said. Her mom said she always complained of not feeling, she was always feeling empty. She was always feeling there is something missing. She was alone, yet she was not lonely. Okay? That is the high functioning depression called dysthymia. We have the other depression is bipolar. Bipolar. Many people, when they come and I say, you have bipolar, they're like, what? You better give me something else, because of the stigma. Bi means 2, you're in either 2 polars, you're in the mood polar or you're in the depressive polar. So these are people who are high energy, that is when they're on the polar of manic or mania. They have high energy, they work, they don't sleep, they are creative when they're on this polar. When they get on the other polar of depression, bipolar patients are very severely depressed. They come from very high, they crash down. They come from high, they crash down. Okay? That is the other type of depression. The fourth depression is the seasonal depression. Seasonal depression is very common during winter months, fall. You're just depressed. When the weather change, depression. Seasonal, we call it. And guess what? The number one treatment of seasonal depression is light therapy. We shine a light on you for 40 minutes every morning. Because you're just depressed because of the weather and how it looks, we just do light therapy. That was the number one treatment. It's called seasonal. Fall, it comes fall, winter, springtime, these people are just okay. They are very fine, like nothing ever happened. And the last depression is adjustment. Adjustment depression. The adjustment depression is not being able to adjust to life. You're going through divorce, right there, depression hits you. You're going through, you lose your job, depression. You don't have money, depression. That is adjustment, unable to adjust to the things that are happening. Many people fear to go to a psychiatrist because of the stigma related to these. Let me tell you, depression affects your brain just like when you have high blood pressure, it affects what? Your heart. When you have lung disease, trust me, when a man feels like he have a headache and he doesn't know what is happening, they're gonna run to a doctor because they know I might have high blood pressure. Something is so wrong with me. When you have lung issues, when you cough, especially COVID, people are going to see doctors. I cannot stop coughing. I'm having this upper respiratory infection. I cough. My heart is beating so fast. My blood pressure is high. You go and see a doctor. What makes you think that you cannot go see a doctor when you're not feeling well? Why should you not come see a psychiatrist when your emotions... Actually, what is mental well-being? How do you know you're mentally okay? It is the emotions, right? Psychological and what? And social. Emotions are there. Then physical. Then how you socialize with people. That is how you know you are whole. So emotions we ignore. You should not feel you're not man enough. Why are you feeling that? Dude, man up. Why don't you tell the men to man up when they are going because they have blood pressure? Why don't you tell men to man up when they are coughing and they need to go get their lungs checked? Number one, whatever for men is prostate cancer. When you guys cannot urinate because you are having some prostate issues, man, you're going to run to that doctor, right? But yet the thing that controls us, the brain, we ignore that part of us. So as you tell your friends to man up, remember what you're telling them. Your emotions don't matter. Yet, it is part of being whole. Emotions, psychological, and social. And social is tied to your emotions. If your emotions are not well, you cannot socialize with people, right? You look weird. You look like, you cannot socialize. And social is part of being having good well-being. So, let's not, that's why when I was thinking of how I'm going to call this forum, I called it muscle up your mental health. As we muscle up everything else, you go to the gym, you hit the iron, you muscle up. You muscle up your finances. You muscle up your relationship if you're married. You muscle up every other part of you, but not your mental health. Yet is the part that has, the greatest. Let's encourage each other. Let's rise above stigma. Yes, Ben. Oh, all right. Yes, thank you, Ben. Let's rise up. Let's tell that man who is suffering next to you, dude, it's okay. Go see Mary, and when you see Mary, that does not mean that you will take this medication. People have the fear. Tell me, will I take this medication for the rest of my life? Nope. When you have infection, do you take your antibiotics for the rest of your life? No. You take them, the infection is gone, you're whole, you continue with your life. When you have high blood pressure, you might take those medications to control your blood pressure. So if you have depression related to genetics and it's chronic, yes, you're going to take the medication for the rest of your life, just like you would take what? Depression, blood pressure medication for the rest of your life. How do we know whether we have high risk of depression? Look at your family. We don't know our family history. When you come to me, you have to talk to me about your childhood. Many of us are not depressed. Many of us are living the traumas that we endured. Man, let me tell you, when I was thinking of my high school, those who went to boarding school, I can remember part of my childhood, and that's true, I'm being vulnerable. I was monolized, monolization. I was really monolized, and that part of me I cannot remember. That is trauma. So when I have a little thing, something that can trigger that part of me, it takes me down that hole. I was a child when 1992, our parents were told, I was born in Nairobi, raised in everywhere. I don't remember part of my childhood. And the reason for that, when in 1992, I was whatever age, our parents, we went through the clashes. 1992, Olenti Mama and Moi, those eras. One night, my mom said, we have to pack, we have to leave. Where are we going? I don't know, just like Joanne was saying. So just the other day, I was telling my brother, can you remember what happened between age 9 and this? I can't remember that part of me. I am not suppressing, I am repressing. Repressing and suppression are two different terms. Repressing is like I don't voluntarily want to forget, but I cannot remember. Suppressing is just you suppress because you don't want to feel about it. So some of us are depressed. I have blues when I think of my childhood. When I try to recall, what happened to us? I have trauma. That is trauma. Does it trigger some of the blues? Yes. Do I have some triggers when I hear war? Yes. But guess what? When I look at my father, people thought my father was a madman. Everybody called, Mary's father talked to himself. My father went through depression, bad depression. Everybody called my father crazy. And now looking back, I'm like, that man went through so much. You know how you invest for your children for the future, and all of a sudden everything is taken away from you in one day. He used to talk to himself. That man used to talk to himself. My father would walk on the road and talk to himself. I would hide because I didn't want people to associate me with that madman. He was just talking, rambling. Why not? He's a man. He have lost everything. How did he rise? I asked him, Dad, how did you rise from depression? He said, I used to talk to people. And for those who have met my father, he's the most talkative man you'll ever meet in your life. He talks. And he keep on telling me, remember, the therapy for men is letting them talk. It's true. Talk. Have a safe space to talk to each other. If I knew what I know now, that man needed some help. That man needed some help. Does he have triggers? Yeah. And he's the most self-aware man I have ever met in my life. My dad will tell you, Mom, I feel like I'm feeling down. And that is the time for him to tell you, I want to talk to you. Or he will call and just start talking about the events. Don't ignore it. Just know that man need an outlet. That's my father. So don't muscle up every other part of you and forget your depression, the emotion part of you. Seek help. When you come to me, I give you some few pills. I'm going to monitor you. After 6 months, I'll tell you, you know what, things are working out. And probably you might not even take a pill from me. I might send you to Tamika, who will just, all you need probably is an outlet to speak, to talk, to let go. She might give you 3 months therapy, 6 months therapy, and you might come out feeling, oh, I don't need to take any medication. But why suffer? Why go through suffering, yet there is treatment? Why lose your wife for those who are married? Why lose your children? Why lose your job? Why lose your dignity? Why lose all these things and all you need is someone to talk to? As I was saying this morning, let's start with our own circles. Another reason why men don't seek help is because of gossip. Oh, guess what? So and so came to see me. And guess what they're saying? No, seek professional help. For those people, and I tell men, if you call me, for those who are close to me, if you call me and I'm in the car with my husband and you want therapeutic treatment, I cannot protect your what? I cannot protect you because you have called me informally, and now my husband is there on Bluetooth. My children are at the back. They're hearing what you're telling me. If you want to see me therapeutically, make an appointment, because you know how the finance people can't share the taxes with other people. They cannot tell you anything. That is what I have vowed to do because of HIPAA. Even my own husband, I cannot tell him anything to do with my patients. But if you come to me informally and you're calling me anytime and I'm cooking and you're on the speakerphone, then you hear, oh, if Sammy go out there and say about you, it was informal conversation, right? But if you come to me therapeutically, I cannot share anything with anyone because that is the oath I took to protect you. So seek for help, talk to people. When people come to you, Joanne always reminds people, some people are not in a capacity to handle your emotions. You go dump your emotions. Oh, hey Gigs, Akileo, today I'm feeling. Gigs might not be in a capacity to handle your emotions. Probably he has his own things that is going on. Sammy, today I'm feeling, and they want to, talk. Always ask them, are you in what? Uh-huh.
So I always say, I'm going to stand up. Yes. Ask if you feel like you need to talk to somebody. If you call me, the way now Mary was saying, she's cooking, whatever, I always stop people and I say, are you venting or do you need help? Because then I know what to do with that information. I also know, do I have the mental capacity at this moment to hear what you have to say and hold space for you? Or do I have 5,000 things going on and I'm just not going to be helpful? Right? So I ask, are you venting or do you need help? Then I know if you need help and I don't have the capacity, I'll give you a resource. If you just need to vent and I'm cooking or I have company, I'll be like, I have company, I will call you back. That gives the person who is on the receiving end time to clean their slate, to hear you out, to prepare to be there for you. But when you come and just do, it's called an oral takeover, and you just dump stuff, that is what ends up becoming community gossip. Because you've caught me at a time when I am not ready to hear your hard things. So what do? When you hang up, you're free. Now you've dumped information on me. I have my own shit going on. I'll call Mary. I'll be like, dude, so-and-so called me. This is what's going on, blah, blah, blah. Because I'm also not in an emotional state to be like, that is private information that should not be shared. Now I'm overwhelmed with my staff and your staff. So just remind yourself to ask yourself questions first before you go give people information. Do I need help or do I just need to vent? Because if you're venting, then you release the person from holding on to that information. You're venting. I had a rough day at work, blah, 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 blah. And I'll just listen, and then we'll be like, okay, good. And you're good, and I'm good. If it's hard information, I'm also processing that hard information and deciding, do I need to send this person to Dr. Mary? Do I need to send them to Tamika? Do I need to send them to a different kind of professional? Or can I help them myself? So that's how I handle that piece of information.
Yeah, thank you, Joanne. And so that being said, depression is a disease just like any other condition, the heart condition, lung condition. So if you are going through some emotional distress, do not let your word, do not let your struggles become your what? Your identity. Thank you.
Mary finished faster than I expected her to. She always tries to outtalk me. I guess I need to keep an eye on that. Mary, thank you so much for that session that you gave. There's something she mentioned that was interesting to me. I've not heard her for all this time that I've known her. She said when she was, 9 or whatever years old, and she doesn't remember anything from that part of her life. Let me tell you, Mary remembers everything. She remembers what I was wearing the day she met me, which was 17 years ago. You are wearing this, you are doing this, you are doing this. She doesn't forget anything. If she knows you and she sees you, so for her to say she has a lapse in her memory where she doesn't remember anything, then you know she really means that, because she does not forget whatever she sees or knows from her background every other day. So if Joanna's given some resources, the booklets also have contact information for all the panelists you see up here. Mary's company, Samar Healthcare, is on social media. They have a website. If you need to know to book appointments or to even just go get information, that she always posts about various things that may come up, things in the industry. I know most of you watch the news. The president was giving the State of the Union the other day, and he talked a lot about mental health resources and that type of thing. So when information like that comes out that is new and all that, she will share that with you on her social media and also on her website. If you have any questions that we will have during our Q&A that you'd like to ask and you don't want to raise your hand to ask, please find me or find Rev G. Yeah, this paper, write it down somewhere. We'll pick it up from you and ask anonymously so that we don't put you out there. So please hand those to us. And then what we will do next is we will take a quick break. I know you all need to stretch, right? Molo to give us some music or something. I will give you, my time is going out. So 10 minutes for y'all to wake up, rise up, stretch, say hi to your neighbor who came in late or early. If you have not eaten, say, shauri yako. But 10 minutes, I'll ring the bell back up again. Thank you. Muscle up your mental health, right? Neighbor? Muscle up your mental health. So we have massaged some muscles, right? Now we're about to get into like some fun stuff. If you are in the healthcare field, or specifically the mental health, let's say healthcare, not mental health, healthcare field. I know Mary mentioned her colleague right here. Who else here is in the healthcare field? Okay, Tamika, there is Baraka, there is, I almost called him Isaac. Tony, I know him. There's another Patrick who worked in healthcare field, right? So as we continue to increase the numbers of us who are in the healthcare field, reach out. If you can't talk to Mary, you can talk to Tony. If you can't talk to Tony, I don't know if you can talk to Sammy, but you can try. You can try to talk to Sammy. Before we go into the next session, I do want to give a special mention to this gentleman and his team, Gigs. Gigs is back there. Yes, Gigs. When we were discussing with Mary for how to plan this thing, she was like, where am I going to get the men to come? And she said, I know Sammy knows 5 people, but all of Sammy's 5 people are the same people we all know. We all know. And so you can't bring the 5 that I know. How are you going to do that? And so when she reached out to Gigs, who is a very able, I don't know, they call you chairman or they call you president of the captain. The captain. Team manager. Okay, let me hear directly from his team manager. He said, yes, even if I have to drag them there, I am going to get them there. That is a leader, somebody who understands that you cannot rise by yourself. And for you all to be here, you and your teammates, it means they respect you. And we respect you for bringing them and pulling them into this space because, as you have heard, it is important, and I am glad you all are taking advantage of these resources. Thank you so very much for making it happen. I worked a lot with him to be able to get the information out and all that, and I'm very grateful that you all made it out here today. All right, on with our next session. I have a co-MC with me, Rev G over here in the corner. Yes. If you do not know Rev G, you do need to know Rev G, okay? Before you leave here, you have to know Rev G. So Rev G is going to be doing most of this second half of the forum with Dr. Mary. So what I will do, I will welcome Dr. Mary up here, and then she will give Rev G instructions for what she would like done as we get into the second half. Please give them a round of applause.
All right, we are not going to have information overload, so we're going to have fun, right? Let's play a little bit. So Rev G have some quotes that he's going to read. So pay attention to Rev G.
There we go.
Yes.
Wagwan.
Wagwan.
How you all doing? It is I don't know whether it's just me, but I'm feeling like I'm in a mental gym right now, with all the biceps and triceps and everything that goes with that. So I'm feeling like I'm lying on a couch. Yes, sir. And the doctor is diagnosing me already. I already feel like I need to be admitted right now. I don't know about you, but I'm so glad to be here. It almost feels like a family reunion. I'm seeing lots of friends from long time ago, but I'm glad, long, but I'm glad to be here. And also give it up to Dr. Mary for putting this thing together. This was long overdue. Allow me to say this. When the mental health crisis hit the Kenyan community, and some information was going around that we are going to probably have some community sittings and just for us to come to terms with what is happening, I said to myself, I'm going to come in and I'm going to sit back there with a notebook and a pen and learn. But then the next big thing happened is that I'm not going to be sitting at the back there. I'm going to be holding a microphone, which is the next best thing. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be part of this. And thank you for the entire team for putting this together. Thank you so much. I'm going to be reading the quotes that have been passed on to. And I can relate with some, and some of them, they're just food for thought that probably we need to think about and come to terms with. I was talking to Steve-O back there, and you know how sometimes we look at ourselves and say, see how well we turned out? Man, I think sometimes we need to ask ourselves, how well did we turn out? Because we probably do need to deal with some issues that we have either repressed or suppressed.
Yes.
Okay, so the first quote here says, those who don't know how to weep with their whole heart don't know how to laugh either. yatafakari hayo. The King James says Selah, which means pause and think about it. Those who don't know how to weep with their whole heart don't know how to laugh either. Food for thought whether we've really been laughing or just been showing our teeth. Alright. Here's another one. When you forgive, you heal. When you let go, you grow. When you forgive, you heal. And when you let go, you grow. Thank you. Here's another one by Golda Meir. It says, those who don't know how to, I think I've said that, right? Those who don't know how to weep with their whole heart, right? Man, here's another one. I think this is our kryptonite for us as men, coming from where we've come from. It says, vulnerability is our most accurate measure of courage. Vulnerability is our most accurate measure of courage. This is by, did I say Brené right? Dr. Brené Brown, The Power of Vulnerability, Teachings on Authenticity, Connections, and Courage. Do I want to buy that book right now? Because I don't think we want to be vulnerable anytime soon. Can you imagine even with significant others? We'll just be like, I'm the man. I'm not gonna be vulnerable. And these are the days of Andrew Kibe and Andrew Tate. Yeah, Andrew Kibe will call you Kafuku. Are we talking? Yeah. He'll call you Kafukusui or Kenodia. You know? He'll call you a sissy right to your face because you're vulnerable, especially in the sense of, and I don't know whether we can go through life with all these false armor of invincibility, thinking that, we cannot, if we have been given the gift of being vulnerable, not to everybody, we can't do that to everybody, but I believe there are some people with whom we travel this life that will need to give that. I think to me it's a gift. It's a gift. And there are some times when we do show it, sometimes when we put it back together because of the stereotypes for us as men that we show to show strength, which is kind of really hurting. All right? Wow, here's one by Ralph Ellison. It says, when I discover who I am, I will be free. When I discover who I am, I'll be free. Wow, here's an exercise maybe that we'll probably need to write down or think about later. It says, write about a time when someone placed an expectation on you that you feel was too high. Now as an adult, do you feel you have placed high expectations on someone that was setting them up for failure? What emotions come up for you when you are writing it down? How can you put the baggage down and realize the baggage you carry was given, the baggage you carry was given to you isn't yours to carry? The picture that comes to mind is, you guys remember Mkokoteni back home? Man. In Kenya, there are these big carts that are being, pulled by men. That's what they do. I think the Kikuyu call them kuwa. Yeah, these guys, they carry cabbage and potatoes for the women who go to sell them in the markets. And I'm thinking that you're doing all that for a job that wasn't even given to you in the first place. So there's no payday coming, dudes. That's very depressing. All right, here's another exercise here. What do you need to give yourself permission to think, feel, or behave? List 5 things you need to allow yourself to do from your past, almost like a self-talk. I think one of the exercises I'm kind of struggling to come to terms with is what would I tell my 13-year-old self? What would I tell my 10-year-old self? Because I've probably gone through to a time where you've just been going through life and you haven't yet stopped to ask myself, am I that person that I need to be? And how can I tap into what I should have told myself then that I can still do it today for the future that still calls my name as a destiny. Am I talking or am I talking? All right? Thank you. Almost there. It says, how do you define gratitude? Write a letter of gratitude to someone who has inspired you. Write a letter of gratitude to someone who has inspired you. Why are you grateful to that person? How do they inspire you? What is it that they do that inspires you? Okay. All right. Here's another exercise. List 3 things that you have done in the past week that made you feel accomplished and proud of yourself. Did those 3 things help others? What feelings do you have when you think over the last feelings do you have when you think over the last week? How have these 3 things shown you that you are growing emotionally and mentally? How can you do more things that make you feel this sense of accomplishment? Nothing really boosts somebody's morale. I think gigs can tell you, back in the day when we were growing up, playing football, morale, I say, morale. Morale, meaning just get up there and, give it your best shot and accomplish those things. So here's a test of how does that feeling encourage you to do more for yourself. All right? Write about a time where you overcame a difficult challenge. What was the challenge? Did anyone help you overcome this challenge? What are some feelings that you noticed before and after the challenge was conquered? What are some coping skills that you used? Would you change something if you could go back and face the challenge again? Here's a moment of vulnerability that I want to share with you. I went through a kind of a life crisis of a kind. I will not share right now. But there was a man, a friend, who I didn't even have to share the details of what I was going through. But the man was there for me. He was not a relative. He was not somebody that, I could relate with, like I would relate with maybe like Steve-O, my friend over there. But that man became my friend. And sometimes we would just go to IHOP or Cracker Barrel on Delk Road or IHOP on 41. And that man would just talk to me like I would talk to him like I would a friend or a father. And that man helped me to navigate that crisis in my life. And once in a while, the only reason why I would ever think of him and call him is because he was there for me. I pray that when your moment of challenge and your crisis comes, even without the professionals, because there are those other relationships that we need that should be on a speed dial. If you do not have a friend that you can call to just do whatever you need to do to feel better, I think it's time to define friendships. But also, let's seek professional help. Am I talking or am I talking? All right. Finally, using visualization as an amazing tool to help you feel safe within yourself, describe a place, real or imagined, that you can or do go to in your mind to feel safe. Like a mental man cave, huh? Describe the place in detail, including any smells, sounds, emotions or feelings, or tastes that are associated with this safe space. Describe any person that is with you. Who are they? What are they wearing? What is the weather like? Any pets that are with you? All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
So as I was researching these, I was thinking of mindfulness. Mindfulness is being present in your own emotions. We don't sit in our own emotions because they are very painful. Nobody want to feel. But let me tell you, emotions are there. They are like alarm clock telling us something is wrong. When kids come to me and say they have anxiety, what is anxiety telling us? It's not necessarily a bad thing. It is an emotion that is telling you you are in danger or there is something wrong that is about to happen. You haven't studied for your what? Your exams? You have math test today. How do you feel? Anxiety. There is one thing, three things that men fear: death, how people think of them, and their own thoughts. Death, other people, how people think of you, and their own thoughts. Nobody likes sitting in their own thoughts because they are painful. So be mindful, feel these emotions because they are telling you something, they are guiding you. When a kid does something wrong, let them feel guilty because that guiltiness is a check for their morals, right? If I steal that orange, I have to feel something shameful, guilty, because next time you're trying to do that action, you're like, oh no, that feeling was not good. If you don't feel sad, how will you be compassionate? Rev G.
That's true.
If you don't feel sad, that's how you see people, they don't even mourn with you. They are so stoned wall, they cannot feel. You gotta feel that sadness. So when somebody else is going through that emotion, you have the right words to tell them. Not like, oh, I feel you. No, you don't. You don't feel me. You don't know what is going on. But if you have maybe lost, you're going through divorce, your father died, when somebody else died or parent died, you remember how you felt, an emotion of what? Sadness. So being mindful, we are all autopilot. We autopilot our emotions. That emotion is too painful for me to feel. I don't want to feel anymore. Let me go to the gym. That is just called coping diversion. You're diverting yourself, and guess what? That emotion is not going anywhere. It's going to sit there, wait for you. I feel so much pain. Let me numb it with alcohol. Guess what? You're going to sober up tomorrow. You're going to feel it. Right, guys? That's why you have to feel your emotions. It takes just by 5 minutes. When men are going through detox, I usually tell them, when you have that fleeting thought, that urgeness to drink, don't run away from it. Sit in that emotion. Ask yourself questions. What will happen if I drink again? What will happen if I relapse? What happened? Many of them come to see me because they have been given ultimatum by their spouses. I swear if you relapse, I'm going to leave you. But I tell them, don't run away from that emotion. Sit in that emotion and talk to it. Okay, I really want to drink. Do I have a drink in the house? Yes, I do. What will happen if I drink? Guess what? Divorce paper. So if you do not have good self-control, if you have a disease, don't have it in your house. I cannot coexist in the same house with ice cream. I'll eat it all. Right? So when I have that urgeness to have that ice cream, I'll go to ice cream shop, just have a cup of it. That is my addiction. So sit in your emotions, don't suppress them, don't divert. Do you know, actually they came with the article the other day that exercise is a very bad addiction. People are pumping iron, you're like, what is going on? It is just a coping diversion. Guess what? You're gonna muscle up, but when you go home, you still have the emotion waiting for you. So, and we were discussing this with my husband the other day, my 11-year-old. Man, he has outburst of emotions, basket of emotions. I let him, sometimes he feel for hours. I have realized it's okay. Because out of my 4 kids, he's the one who will feel it right there. He will bang a door or two, but he's the one who knows how to deal with that emotion. He will feel it, he will cry, he will throw tantrum. But after that, that kid is very okay. I call him one of the most forgiving kid I have in my house out of 4 of them, because he knows how to deal with his emotions. Versus the twin sister who does not deal with her emotions. She's so ready to let go because it's too painful for her to deal with it. And sometimes I will tell her, go to the mirror and talk to yourself. How do you feel? She cries because she look herself in the mirror and she feel pain. I tell her, sit in that emotion, talk to that emotion. How do you feel? I feel sad. Why? Because I did this and this and this. Do you feel guilty? Yes, that's a good emotion right there. Because next time when you're planning to do that thing that makes you feel guilty, you remember how it felt. That is an emotion. So let's not eat our emotions. Let's not exercise our emotions. Let's not drink our emotions. Do not fake your emotions until you make them. You make it. Feel them until you make it. Thank you. And now I will invite the guy who grounds me. He works with me, and he's the one who reminds me, Mary, these patients are acting like patients. When I feel overwhelmed, he just tells me, you chose this career for a reason. The reason why I invited this guy to be one of my panelists, he's the most compassionate person. He does not judge. He will listen to you. He will guide you with no judgment at all. And he will come and tell your story. Guys, let's welcome Theo Foreman.
Gentlemen and ladies, I am a living example of what they have been talking about this morning. I don't know about some of you guys, but I don't want to see my worst enemy go through what I went through in my recovery. Right now, I'm working at Ridgeview Institute, and I know some people in here, and I'm going to give you a little bit of my story. And there was a lot of things that have already been said that resonates with me that I can relate to. And you'll see how that kind of ties into this whole forum that we have, all right? And so we've been talking about mental wellness and support. And she said something about, what, mnemonics? I call them like acronyms or acrostics. And I was like, muscle up, what is it? Men using sense, especially under pressure of your mental health. Some of y'all say, wait a minute, that boy can't spell. What happened to the C and the L? Common logic. And y'all know what I think about sense, common sense? Sometimes common sense just ain't common. Even with doctors, Lord, common sense just ain't. And I had to learn that the hard way myself. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. Grew up on the streets of Chicago. Saw some things and did some things that little kids aren't supposed to see and do. But those things started to follow me as I got older, and I started to develop those things that she was talking about. My dad left when I was 12. My mother was a functional alcoholic until the day she died. I would come home from school and she would send me to the grocery store. That's back then. You can't do it now. You get carded and all that kind of stuff. But I would go to the grocery store and get her some liquor and bring it back. And she didn't drink beer. She didn't drink the wine. She drank that hard stuff. So much so that when I came in the room about an hour later, one eye was going that way and the other eye was going the other way. She would fall out the bed sometime. I had to reach down there and pick her up and take her to the emergency room. I had to deal with that kind of thing as I was growing up. And as I grew up, I started using myself. The first time I had some drugs is I had a football injury and I blew my knee out and went to the emergency room and they pow, gave me a shot. Next thing I'm like, whoa, doc, I want some more of that. Then I started to drinking. Then we started recreationalizing, just kicking it with the fellas. And the next thing I know, I was medicinalized. I was using it as my medicine. And I tell folks at Ridgeview where I'm working at now, I don't want to see my worst enemy go through what I went through. And so I tell them, I'll give you everything that I got. And so I tell them when they come in, I said, this is a good program. It's helped a lot of people. And I wish I had a program like that when I was going through my recovery. Then I probably could have avoided some jail time. I was locked up in Muskogee County Jail down in Columbus, Georgia for a minute. And when I got out, I was so bad. My family didn't want to have anything to do with me. They were slamming doors in my face. They were hanging up, wouldn't take a collect call, none of that. So I had to go live in a homeless shelter called the House of Mercy down in Columbus, Georgia, and it is still there. I stayed there for 4 years. I eventually became the house manager there, started working for the Columbus Housing Authority. I was managing low income and elderly housing. But I would go back to that homeless shelter every night because I knew if I had got back out on them streets, it'd have been all over. So I stayed there, and I thank God that he got me in time. And so I say, I'm just here to give you back what we got. And it's a good program. And if you guys ever get in touch or ever get in tune with, I need some help, I'm just going to give you some ideas in terms of where you want to go. Because every program is not a good program, but there are a lot of other programs around that are good. This is one of them. And so with that in mind, I said, hey, this is what you're looking for. When you go into a program, it's got to have some structure. And I needed that because I would just do anything. And so when people come in, I'm like, hey, this is what we do. We start meditating. Does someone have something for your mind? Ease some of the tension, ease some of the anxiety. That's what I grew up with. I had childhood trauma that I had to deal with. I had depression I had to deal with. I had anxiety I had to deal with. I had stress I had to deal with. I think I got bipolar on top of that. Why you buy 10 of them? You got 3, you ain't using none of them. I'm like, okay. But with that, I had to understand that I needed some help. And all the external motivation in the world couldn't do it. Judge said, you do it again, you going to jail. Get another DUI, buddy, you going to jail. Boss said, do it again, you're losing your job. Wife said, you do it again, don't come home. You think that moved me? Nope. Where's Fee? I don't know. Just gone. And the thing just kind of sneaks up on you, gentlemen. You just don't know what's going on until it's there. The next thing you know, man, I'm cool, I'm all right. But I had to learn how to press that down. I had to learn how to meditate. I had to learn how to just relax my mind. And then I had to learn what we deal with a lot at Ridgeview is what we call group therapy. Anybody experienced group therapy before? One, that's it. So if you guys ever go to a place that has group, that's fine. You may need that. Your physician might recommend that you do that. Some people just need individual therapy. Anybody got an individual therapist? Great. Anybody taking any medications? Great. Some of us need all 3, the meds, the groups, and the individual therapy. I don't know about you. But don't be afraid of that, gentlemen. Don't let that stigma get you there, because that was me one time. I used to be, man, ain't nothing wrong with me. I'm cool. I want to be like everybody else. Ain't nothing wrong with me. But guess what I found out? Everybody on this planet got an issue. Some of us just more than others. When I found that out, my self-esteem went from there to there. Then I got this little pride thing going on. I ain't taking medications for the rest of my life. But I said, wait a minute. I brush my teeth every day. I take a shower every day. I eat every day. I put my clothes on every day. Let me take my meds every day. And that changed my life. All of these things that these people have been talking about make sense and they resonate with me. Wish I had known that when I was young, and I probably could have avoided that jail time. But the thing that we realize, if you ever get a chance to go to a place to get some help, don't worry about it. Like she said, confidentiality is very important in group. What's said in group should stay in group, because we do not want to inhibit anyone from participating and sharing. Got a lot of sensitive hearts, got a lot of delicate minds, and a lot of times we just too tough to do that. I'm all that, bag of chips and a bowl of grits. Y'all know how we get sometimes. You know, hey, I'm all of that. And I ain't go to the house. Not me. But wait till that PSA level go up. Wait till that blood pressure go up. Wait till the doctor say your A1C then went out. I bet you go then. But the thing about our mental health, that's one of the last things we think about. That's one of the last, because we just, nah, I'm just too tough for that. I don't want to do that. But we have to realize that this is for everybody, especially for us hard leg men. Y'all got me? And so with that, I don't want to see my worst enemy go through what we went through. So you might go to some group therapy. You know what they do in group therapy? We just look at those challenges that we're dealing with. Have to do some introspection, gentlemen. And a lot of times we don't want to do that introspection. We don't want to communicate what's going on with us. We don't want to express what's going on with us. But let me tell you something. Pressure will bust a pipe. Stuff all that stuff inside if you want to, but don't let it out and see what happens. That's when you start drinking. That's when you start drugging. That's when you start picking up the pill. That's when you start losing your mind. And you don't really know that you're losing it until, guess what? It's lost. Then we get to a point where now I'm overdoing it. Y'all know, like she was saying, I'm pumping weight, I'm trying to get all of that. And we do that the same way with the drugs and alcohol. We use it, just like fish getting ready to blow up. But the thing about it is we have to realize if there's a thing called alcohol-induced psychosis, alcohol-induced dementia, alcohol-induced Alzheimer's, all of that. This brain is so delicate. It don't take much for it to pow. And the next thing you know, you are in the ER trying to figure out who you are and where you're going. That's how serious this stuff is. So the program, nothing wrong with the program, y'all. I know y'all kind of scared of it, but the thing about it is you have to be honest with yourself. First principle of the 12 steps is honesty. If there is no problem, there's no solution. You're not going to get it. A lot of people are afraid of the higher power thing. They used to ask me, "Thee, what's your higher power?" My drug of choice is my higher power. Well, that's a destructive force, buddy. I had to change that thing. That's killing me. I'm going out the back door with that, buddy. And so I tell folks, hey, we want you to have, as they were saying, we want you to have a holistic approach to this thing. We want you to eat right. Yeah, we want you to get your rest. We want you to exercise a little bit, do some cardio, do something. But the spirituality component is very important as well. So I tell them, I say, if you go to church, you read your Bible, you believe in God, you pray, you believe in Jesus, do that, do that, do that. I do. But we realize that we are around a lot of people from other cultures, other faiths, other beliefs, different values, different norms. So I say, if you get into nature, whatever else you do, do that. Do that. Do that. In other words, what we're trying to do is get a person in tune with the creative, productive, positive side of themselves versus a negative, destructive, unproductive side of themselves. That's all that is. There's some structure in this thing. You got to do what you got to do when you got to do, even though you don't want to do it. So it's going to take some gut in you, gentlemen. It's going to take some fight in you, gentlemen. It's going to take some discipline in you to get through this kind of stuff. Can you muscle up? That's all we asking you to do. Common sense. Use the logic, gentlemen. You know, she just told you, these folks just told you what's going on, these little bitty things that are affecting us, and they sneak up on you. That's why I say when I get to review sometimes, folks, man, to watch them, you might get, I don't have to worry about that because your addiction going to slow walk you down. I don't have to sit down, I don't have to stare at you. It's going to get you. So until you become sick and tired of being sick and tired of being sick, it's up to you. The ball is in your court. And that's why I deal with the relapse prevention. We got a lot of folks that's clean. That's one thing. But the trick is not getting clean because you clean, just staying clean. That's the trick. Staying clean. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We live in an inflationary time. It's £2 now, y'all. £1. What y'all getting? Come on. The price of everything that went up. But prevention, y'all. prevention before it happens. Get to it before it happens. Get in front of this thing before it happens. That's all we're saying. And don't be afraid to do that. Don't be afraid to use that. And so with that, the stick, don't worry about it, all right? And so that's why I say, you got a good recovery program. Get in a good recovery program, right? But I also say a good relapse prevention program is necessary as well. And all you sport, how many sport folks I got here? Okay, all right. Your recovery program, that is your offense. Your relapse prevention program, that is your defense. And defense wins championships. Whatever team shows up with their A game tomorrow on defense, that's the one that's going to win the Super Bowl. I can tell you that right now. So I don't know what team's going to show up. It's probably going to be the Eagles, though. But the thing about it is, gentlemen, don't be afraid of this thing. If you have issues, addiction issues, don't worry about it, because y'all know it's a spiritual program. Y'all know it's a spiritual program, but it's not a religious program. Y'all got me? It's not a religious program. See, because spirits make you what they are. Y'all got me? Y'all got some math majors in here. Y'all know about it. It's called the displacement theory. Whatever that stuff is that's inside you, you start getting the spiritual program in you, and the other stuff starts to come out. You don't know when it happened or where it happened. It's like the wind. You don't know where it's going or where it's coming, but you see the effects of it. You see the effects of it. And a lot of people don't want to get into the spirituality. But man, I don't believe in God. People telling me I got to get it. But you don't have to, because the program does it for you. How many people don't know about the atheist and the bear? Some people know about did I tell you? Who doesn't know about the atheist and the bear? Let me see your hand. Y'all don't know about the atheist and the bear? Let me tell you about the atheist and the bear, okay? This is what goes along with the spirit, because it's a spiritual program, right? Okay, there was an atheist that was out in the woods and he was hunting. Then all of a sudden, this atheist ran into this big grizzly bear. And the bear came at the atheist and he was snarling and gritting his teeth and everything, and came down on the atheist, and the atheist looked up in the sky and said, God, I don't have anything to do with you, but can you turn this bear into a grizzly? All of a sudden, everything got quiet. Atheist looked up. Bear started smiling. Put his hands together. Bear said, dear God, bless this food I'm getting ready to eat. Don't worry about the stigma, gentlemen. Muscle up. Muscle up. It's in your best interest. Thank you.
Oh my God, Theo, I didn't know that story. All right. So I will call Rev G again. This is an example of a patient of mine. You will never know him. You will never know his name. But he was 65, African American. He used to come to Ridgeview like a rotating door. He will go, come back. He will go, come back. So one time I told him, as you know, the exit, write a letter to your alcohol. I haven't seen him for 5 years. For 5 years. Come on, Rev G, let's listen to the...
When I saw this letter, I don't know about you, but my inner child watches The Simpsons. So there's this episode where Bart Simpson is calling the local pub where his dad goes to hang out. And the bartender picks up and says, hello. Bart Simpson says, I want to speak to Al. And then the bartender says, hold up. Is there an Al here? Everybody says, there ain't no Al here. And then the bartender goes back to the phone and says, hey, Al is not here. What's his second name? Bart Simpson says, Alcoholic. The guy puts down the phone and then goes back. Is there an alcoholic in here? And everybody looks at him and says, you just called us alcoholics. Get out of here. Here's the letter. Hey, Al. How's it going? You'd best keep your cap on because you ain't staying. You don't look so good. You say you're as strong and as healthy as ever. I beg to differ. Man, how long has it been? 30? No? 35 years? Dude, we've known each other for a very long time. Listen, Al, this ain't easy for me to say. After all, you really have been a close companion. But I'm not falling for you anymore. I'm getting older now, Al. My body is changing. I can't keep up with you nowadays. Or that is to say, I choose not to. Honestly, I think you have been that good of a companion. You haven't been that good of a companion. Sure, you've been there when I wanted you to be. But you've also been all up in my business. Let's face it, you're always taking money from me and never giving any back. You often show up when I don't need you. You're a liar and you make me sick. There, I said it. Look, Al, I choose not to be around you anymore. And it's your own damn fault. Whenever I'm with you, you inevitably do something that I regret. I know you live just down the street, but I choose not to be stopping by anymore. I also choose not to look at your pictures anymore. Nor do I choose to watch any TV shows or films that glorify you. You see, in every toxic relationship like ours, there comes a time to cut the ties. Now is ours. Not to fret, you'll be just fine without me. After all, you have lots of friends, and I pray they all do better with their relationship with you than I did. Lastly, as for all your relatives, I choose to say goodbye to them also. You see where I'm going? People don't like you. In fact, they call you a disease. After all this time, I can finally understand why. I'm not simply saying, so long, Al. I'm not saying, until we meet again. I'm saying, we're done. Adios, goodbye, and good riddance, your ex-companion.
Lost everything because of alcohol. Everything. Family, money, you name it. He wrote this letter and he said, Doc, have it because you'll never see me again. And that is the letter, and I haven't seen him in 5 years. So we have people that go through things and they take their story because it makes them strong. I'm about to introduce to you someone, the ribbon that you're wearing, the green ribbon. It's from this gentleman that I'm about to introduce. He'll come share his story. His name is Mike. All of us, let's welcome Mike.
Hello? All right. I don't speak publicly. It's actually one of the worst fears in my life, and that's why I'm sitting down. July 27th, 2022, I kissed my wife goodbye. I went out into the garage at 8 o'clock. I spread out a big piece of plastic. I rolled up a piece of fabric, car cover, I'm not sure what it was, and I used it as a pillow. I brought out a white towel to try to cover some of the mess. I had scheduled over 3 weeks 19 emails to my family, to my mom, to my son, my daughter, my men's group, and to, in general, people I loved. I went out into the garage with a loaded gun. I laid on the ground for 3 hours. I had the gun pressed to my head for the whole 3 hours. I fell asleep. I woke back up. The gun never left my temple. My side was hurting. My temple was hurting. I prayed. I'm a Christian. I'm a believer. I prayed. I screamed. I yelled. I cried for God to speak to me. And I didn't hear from him. I scheduled the emails to go out at 11 o'clock. So I was out there from 8 to 11. I don't know what time exactly, 10:59, but something happened. I decided to go back in the house, put the gun on the ground, went into the house, flipped open my laptop, and as sure as I'm sitting here, it was 11:01. All the emails had gone out. That's actually the last I remember because I blacked out. But in the emails, I had told several people what I was going to do. And I hope to see them again in heaven. People rushed to my house, broke down the garage door, and I was sitting in the garage door with that towel I was going to use to soften the blow and stop the splatter. Incredible amount of love and attention and support. I'm so lucky. So many people love me. The next day, my wife and daughter took me to Ridgeview, and I had my intake. And it was the hardest, it was the hardest day of my life. They insisted to be in the intake. And they begged the person at Ridgeview to take me and put me in the hospital. But I was diagnosed as clinically depressed, and by the grace of God, in my opinion, I was allowed to do intensive outpatient care. And I was angry. I was ashamed. I couldn't even look at my family. My son's at West Point Army playing lacrosse, and very luckily, as I sit here today, he still doesn't even know this because I broke into his email. He was in boot camp, and I've deleted the email and still have not had the courage to talk to him about it. So I'm going to try to make this short because it's a long story, and I didn't want to be at Ridgeview. I was angry. I was so mad. The therapist that I was put with, I actually was inches away from trying to beat the crap out of him. I wanted to kill him. But the second day, something came over me, and I realized that I was the luckiest guy in the world to be there. There were people there that were going through way more than caused my trauma and my stress and my anxiety and my depression. And very early in that second day, I started taking the notes and writing stuff down and learning and building my knowledge. And then I met this incredible human being who I now call the third angel in my life. My wife, my daughter, and Dr. Mary. She saved my life. I'm still a patient. I think I will be for a long time because, thank you. I'm sorry, guys. I think I will be for a long time because I have good days and I have really bad days. I think I'm that clinically depressed at times, but I'm also that functioning, highly functioning. And then there's so much more to tell you, but I just want to tell you that this is amazing. On the first session I had outside of Ridgeview, Dr. Mary and I were talking, and I was so anxious to tell her about this thing I wanted to accomplish. And she said to me, I kid you not, Mike, I had a dream, and you were helping me help somebody else. And I've been thinking about starting a nonprofit. Well, if you look around and you see those green ribbons, that's what we did. I couldn't believe it that she said that, and I said, Mary, you're not going to believe this. Here's my writings. Here's everything I took the notes on, and here's what I want to do. She even said, well, I'm in. Let me introduce you to someone I love, and that's Sam. We had dinner one night. Sam said, I'm in. I showed him my documentation, what I wanted to do with Momentum Hope, and these two have been the biggest supporter, and Mary and I are the founders of Momentum Hope. So I want my suffering, my pain, and I do not wish that on my worst enemy. I tell you that you could break my arms or break my legs with a bat over me going through what I went through again. By the way, it's the second time in my life. But I ask you, and I'm not afraid to ask you, that green ribbon is the symbol, the universal symbol of mental health. For our nonprofit, it's the universal symbol of mental health and hope. That people will ask you about it, that people will put it on the wall, people will put it on their wrist. That you give that green ribbon that's on the table. If there's extras, take some and give it to somebody that needs it, and then come back to us and we'll give you more. I don't know where the nonprofit's going to go with a leader like Mary and Sam being on the team. I think it's going to do great things, and I'm very blessed to be here today and to be a part of this. It's actually a miracle. So. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. I will never tell your story like you did. Sometimes we use our struggle, our pain, to reach out to other people. The Mike I saw because he gave his story. And the Mike we have now, two different people. Your courage, Mike, will save so many lives. Your story will save so many lives. And I am so proud of your courage. It's not easy to come here and share such a thing, right? Right? So I am so proud of you. All of us know about pink ribbon, right? What is pink ribbon? What is purple ribbon? Lupus. Okay. What is for Tony? What is for the heart? Red. None of us knew about. Did any one of us know about green ribbon? Joanne. Joanne did. Anyone in mental health will know green ribbon. Again, we know red, we know pink, we know purple, we don't know about green. It is a sign of hope that do not again let your struggles become what? Your identity. Don't wait to be in crisis. Seek help. Seek help. But Mike, I'm so proud of you. Momentum Hope, we're going to make sure it's going to reach out to people. I have been connected to Kenyan community in Kenya. I work with Dr. Frank Jenga of Chiromo Hospital. He's a colleague. And just this morning, a guy I referred, his story is a story that touched my heart. When I went to Kenya 3 years ago, again, I can sit down and I knew there was a problem. And I just asked for his permission to assess him. And he said, sure. We only have one hospital that is affordable for Kenyans, and that is where? Mathare. So I started calling because I can't treat Kenya. My practice I can only practice here in the United States. So I started calling and I called psychiatrist after psychiatrist. And consultation fee was almost $30,000. That is $300. For someone who is struggling, cannot put food on the table, how are they going to afford that money? So I started calling. And this guy said, a guy who have a lot of trauma, he said to me, I have been hearing these voices that drives me crazy. You know how we used to walk and we see people talking to themselves? Those are hallucinations. Mwenda, crazy. They're not crazy. They're just having these voices that they cannot quiet. And when you see him, I always ask him, so and so, why do you always like loud music? And he said, when I go to them, when I have this loud music, it quiets my mind a little bit. Because they have negative voices, and there are so many. Some people can come and tell you, I have 20 voices in my head. But for him, he said, I have 2 voices since I was 18. This guy did not finish Form 4, which is 12th grade. Why? He would go in the dorm, and those voices will keep him awake at night. And I said, is that why you always fight with police? He said, yeah, because I know these people are attacking me. He was very paranoid. So I said, if I find help for you, will you go? He said, yeah. I called. And finally, I was able to get Dr. Frank Jenga of Chiromo Hospital. I said, listen, I have this guy. I live in US. I don't have money. Can you have a consultation with him? He said, yeah. So, and I was telling him what is wrong. And Dr. Frank asked me, are you a doctor? I said, no. I didn't want him to know. But he said, if you tell me the truth, I will forever take care of this guy for you, and I will never charge him. So I said, yeah. And he went for consultation, and this guy had bipolar with psychosis. For 3 years, he have been taking medication. He is somebody today. So he get free consultation, but guess what? He cannot afford medication. You cannot start something you cannot finish, right? So every month, I like it or not, with or without, I have to send him money every month for medication. I've never failed, and I will never fail him. Because for once, when I went last year, he said, oh God, I did not know this mind can be this quiet. Can you imagine from age 18 to age 42? because then he was 42. He said, I cannot believe this mind can be this quiet. So if you're here, people are suffering. If you just have $1, $2, $3, send them, let them get the medication. This guy, he has a wife now. He has a wife now, functioning like you and I. He has a job, and he's not ashamed to say, I have bipolar. So that is what Momentum Hope will do. It will reach out to people like those ones. So here is my good friend, a colleague, who works with me. She says it as she sees it. Ha! You go therapy with her. She is amazing. Gents, help me to welcome Tamika Bell.
Hey, how are y'all doing? Good. All right, so we've had quite an esteemed panel of people to speak, and they're asking me to bring it home. I don't know how good I'm gonna do, if I'm good, perfectly honest, right? All right, so we had Joanne. She talked about the inner child, what happens when we're young, the stuff we carry when we're young, right? Mary talked about the brain, what happens in our minds when we use these substances, and how our emotions sit in us, and how unhealed trauma it sits and it festers and it grows. And Theo talked about his experience, right? What he's been through, how he overcame, how he's paying it forward, giving back to the community. So for me, I'm going to speak about the here and the now, right? Because we've heard about Kenya, Nairobi, but we're here, over here. And over here, what happens when you turn on any television, on any news station? What do you hear? Another black man killed, right? Another child lost their parent because she died on the operating table. Because black women, that's the thing in medical care, we don't get what we need. We were practiced on and all of that good stuff, really bad stuff. So I feel like our black children are the most neglected. Our black women, we're the most overlooked. And our black men, the most at risk. And so if you look at the statistics of it all, it tells you that black men are what? I think it's 20% more at risk of needing the mental health care, experiencing something that you need to get off your chest, talk about. But only 25% of the black population actually seeks the care that they need, in contrast to the 40% of white America or Caucasians, whatever you want to call it, who seek routine mental health care. In stark contrast, our 25% to their 40%, like the math ain't mathing, right? And so I'm going to tell you what I've heard, but as I look out at this sea of black men, y'all know what you experience. I'm just going to tell you what I've heard as a licensed professional counselor, or just as an observer of people. I people watch. That's what I do for fun, right? So when you see me looking at you like I'm judging, that's what I'm doing. I'm analyzing, right? I'm analyzing. That's what I'm doing. So the first thing that I have heard about why men, black men specifically, avoid seeking mental health care is that there's nothing wrong with me. I don't need therapy. Ain't nothing wrong with me. I'm fine. Okay. Well, last I checked, what kind of car do you have? All right. What kind of car you have? Same. Okay. Same. I like it. What kind of car you have, Gus? All right. Well, the last time I checked, those vehicles that you drive, you take them to the mechanic to get your tires rotated, oil checked. I don't know nothing about cars, so like just go with me. Yeah, tune up, right? And that's routine. That's to keep it operating. It's not saying something's wrong with it. It's to say I don't want anything to be wrong with it, right? You don't wait until it breaks down before you like, oh dang, wait, whoa. I need to take this car to get some work done. No, you do it beforehand. So you don't have to do it on the back end, right? And so therapy is not just a thing you go to when you're broken. It's not just a thing you go to when life has gotten too hard for you. You do it along the way. It's somebody, an unbiased party that you can talk to about anything. Anything that comes up needs to come out. Because if you've deemed it necessary to talk about, then it's necessary to talk about. So then that takes me into my next point, which is therapy brings up stuff that I've already dealt with. I've already talked about. Well, the last time I checked, I like to think of it as like this car that we discussed. You are the one at the driver's seat of your car, which is your life, right? And you have me, myself, or the likes of Mary or Joanne, you have us along in the driver's seat to be like Siri a little bit. We can help you get where you're going and take the most practical route. But if stuff comes up, then that means you brought it up. I'm not a mind reader. So if you brought it up, then the truth of the matter is, did you deal with it or did you just stuff it? Because it's different, right? Suppressing something is not surpassing it. And so you got to think about, man, if I talk about this stuff, they're going to see me as weak. What is that? Like, what is that? And who said that men shouldn't feel their emotions? Because the last time I checked, you had tear ducts. Do you not? Yeah. So that means you're supposed to cry. You're supposed to emote. You're supposed to laugh. You're supposed to feel joy. You're supposed to experience your experiences. But because somewhere along the way, they said that a man has to be a man, we equated that to not feeling our emotions. So then you get the label of the angry black man or the angry black woman. But anger, too, is an emotion, is it not? Yeah. But it's what we call a secondary emotion. So if you think about an iceberg, right? An iceberg, the part above the surface of the water, is big. I mean, it sank the Titanic, so it does something. But if what's above the water is what you see, that's anger, then what's beneath the surface is even bigger. It's frustration, sadness, overwhelmed, tired, feeling compromised on a day-to-day basis, belittled. You can insert in any emotion. That takes up the vastness of what we feel. But anger is what we show, because anger is an emotion that gets done what we need to get done, which is to back up off of me. Leave me alone. Don't talk to me. I don't want to deal with this. So then we don't, right? All right. And so next, another thing that I hear. So let me go back a little bit. When I worked at Ridgeview, I was the young adult therapist. So from 17 to about 25, 26. And I heard, I smoke. I drink. That's what I do. That helps me deal with it. No, that helps you avoid it for now. But then those feelings are going to come back and you're going to have to smoke a little bit more, drink a little bit more to cover it. And then it's going to come back again. And before you know it, you're caught on this hamster's wheel that's going nowhere, both quickly and slowly. And so, how do you get off the hamster's wheel? Well, to put it quite simply, you just get off. Does that mean that anything in that moment is going to change? No, but what it means is you're not digging your hole deeper. And now you've brought on people like me who can say, all right, this is a really deep hole that we've dug for ourselves, but now I'm along for the ride with you, and I'm gonna help you get out of this. And to find a good therapist, you don't want somebody who's standing up. So I like to think of a hole, right? You're down in this hole that you dug for yourself or that life has dug for you. And a therapist that sucks, and like, I ain't gonna hold you, that's some of them. Some of them are just in it for the money. I don't know why, because we don't make that much. But they'll be up on the bank saying, if you just do this and you can get out of the hole. That's not a good therapist. A good therapist will walk shoulder to shoulder with you, is down in that hole with you, helping you do the work. Remember who you are to get out of this hole that has been dug for you, right? And a good therapist reminds you, you're not trying to get over this trauma. You're not trying to get over this depression. You're not trying to get over this anxiety. You're trying to get through it. But the distinction is that in getting through means that you did the work. You did the work. People always want to pay attention to the light at the end of the tunnel. Nah, I pay attention to the tunnel itself, right? Because that's where the work occurred. That's a reminder of what you did, what was needed, necessary, and called for. And you conquered it all. And so when depression hits again, you'll remember, oh, I did this. I could talk to this person. I could use this coping skill and this mindfulness activity. You remember that I've been to a low, sad, dark, sunken place, right? And I made it through. So if you remember who you are, then you acknowledge where you can get to, right? Okay. And so then I hear that finding a therapist, especially a minority therapist, is hard. And that's true. It's real hard. But does that mean you're not worth it? You're very much worth it. You're very much worth finding somebody who you don't have to first explain your experiences to before you tell them what you've gone through. I had a patient one time, she was a vet, and she had been to a bunch of therapists before she got to me. And she said that she told this one therapist, like, God is talking to me. Now in the Black community, that's nothing. Like, he does that. We hear him, we feel him, we emote from him. But she was talking to a white therapist, and they were like, oh my God, I think she's schizophrenic. Right? No. And so when she told me that, I think she was challenging me. And I was like, won't he do it? And she was like, won't he will? Right? Right? He will do it. He will speak to you. He will commune with you. He will comfort you. God is all of that. But not having to explain that to a person, like, that feels good, right? That feels real good to not have to tell somebody all that a Black man has to go through before you tell them. Like, we Black men are traumatized on a daily basis. What was the latest trauma that we experienced? Tyree, right? Tyree Nichols, all on the news. I haven't even watched the video, and I will not. I decided long ago I wasn't going to watch the news because every time I turned it on, somebody was being dragged, beaten, broken, just belittled. And it had me in a bad place. So I can imagine those of you who identify solely by being another Black man, how that is a traumatic experience every single day, right? But because we are looked at through the lens of strength or more capable of handling things, then we're looked at as we don't need as much to help get us through. But quite the opposite. We need just as much, if not more, because if we go, be it that you're from Africa or you're from over here, the black person has been belittled from the beginning of time, and nothing was ever done to rectify that, right? Nothing was ever done to fix what was broken. It's just that when we asked for equality, they were like, here, now you can walk shoulder to shoulder with your with the person who hurt you, the person who made you feel like nothing. That's not, in fact, true. We are still traumatized. We are still hurt and hurting. And hurt people. That's the word, right? Hurt people hurt people. And so when you're angry, when you don't share your emotions, when you speak with the big booming voice that is just naturally, innately who and how you are seen as, oh, he hurt me. He's aggressive. He's this, that, and the other. No, he is hurting. And a therapist will sit in that pain with you to help you understand. Yeah, you experienced it. You experienced it, but you will get through this. Not over. Over is kind of, doing this, whatever. But through means you did the work. You did the work to get on the other side of this hurt, this frustration, this fear, this whatever, right? All right. And then I just have a few more, or really one more. I don't even know what to say to a therapist. I don't even know what to say to a therapist. Well, therapists are people, so don't look at them as their role. Just look at them as another person, right? A person that you can talk to. Can you have your questions written beforehand? Have you ever worked with a black man? Do you understand the black experience? How does therapy work, right? Did you take my culture into account when giving these interventions or these thoughts or whatever about me? Did you take my culture into mind? But then also see them as a human. Ask them about the human experience. I'm a therapist that doesn't really mind transparency. Like, I will tell you a little bit about me because that's how you build that rapport. It's a symbiotic relationship, give and take, right? And that's what you want. You want the person on the other side of the table. And I don't do the couch because, nah, like, I don't want you to have that visual in your head. Like, we're going to sit in the chair, we're going to sit like this or facing each other. But I am not actually the expert. You are the expert on you. And you introduce to me what I can do to help you. Think about the monkey bars, right? How do you grab what's in front of you? Letting go of what's behind you. And so you have to let go. Did the child's experience matter? Sure did. Did the adolescent's experiences and thoughts matter? Sure did. But now we're in the here and now. And how are you going to embrace what's going on now and springboard yourself into the future? You got to let go of that stuff. And it's not to say it happened, whatever. It's to say it happened and I dealt with it. So now I can love my present and move into my future and not keep bringing that stuff unresolved along with me. Right? Does that make sense? All right. And so, real quick, and I need all of y'all, tell me what qualities or characteristics come up in your head when I say, what is a man? What qualities or characteristics must he possess? Strong, physically strong, resilient, huh? Provider, okay. Leader, all right. Protector. All of those are good. All of those are good. But I want you to think about this. There is no prerequisite for worth. You don't have to do anything, be anything other than what you are to be deemed worthy. You don't have to put on or pretend to be or just say, I got it all together. I know how to take care of this family, when in fact, you may not, because you didn't have a good role model or life happened to and around you and you didn't know how to cope. The reality of the situation is you're still worthy. You're still needed. You're still necessary. You're still called for, and you're still crying out for help. But don't do that cry on the inside. Use your words, right? Use your words. Tap into your emotions and truly, truly say it with your chest. Say how you feel. Say what you mean and mean what you say. And the reality of the situation is you are worthy. You are called for. It has been put upon you to be the leaders of this Black community. I don't want to be led by broken people. So get yourself together. You deserve it more than anybody, right? You have to end the stigma. It starts and ends with you. So tap into yourself. Remember who you are. And I'll be around. You can give me a call. You know what I'm talking about?
Where. See, the stuff has been said here today. Eh? Theo came here and brought us to church. There's a few things I got from him. He said, everyone has an issue, some more than others. Pressure will burst a pipe. Tamika said, suppressing something is not surpassing it, and there is no prerequisite for worth. Yeah, I think if each of these had a whole day to teach us, we have gotten a whole lot of stuff today, and it's not even a women's thing. It's a men's thing, but I have gotten that. Thank you so much. Mary, you put together such a star cast. You put together, you gave us the best of the best of the best of the best. That was really, really so good. That was really so good. And now, as they say, you can't say ignorance is bliss anymore. You have been given the resources. You have been told where to go for them. You have been told how to go for them. You have been told to muscle up, right? So if you can't say you came to the Men's Health Forum and you came away with nothing. You know something, and you know at least where to start, right? All right, so I have an option for you. I wanted us to take a break, but I also want you guys to go home and do whatever you need to do, right? So we have a Q&A session coming up. And I want to take a break and then do the Q&A, but who thinks we should just do the Q&A and then just be done with the day, or you want a break? We just do the Q&A, then we're done, right? Okay, that's great. Okay, so just hang tight with me. All right, so I am going to bring Dr. Mary back up here. And while she's coming up here, Revji asked a couple of things here. He said, let's see here, which one I want. List 3 things that you have done in the past week that made you feel accomplished and proud of yourself. I think just being here in this space is something you should be proud of. Bringing yourself on a Saturday morning, waking up, leaving whatever you have to do early, forsaking your breakfast, that whatever you eat every morning, with the hope that Mary has some food for you here this morning, you should totally be proud of yourself, right? Being fathers who are present, I think, is something you should be proud of, right? We may not say it enough, but believe me, these children, they don't learn by what you tell them, they learn by what they see. If you're not in their sports game, if you're not in their school performances, if you're not in any of those things, they take that in. And because you are present, it makes a difference in their lives. And this is what I say. I did not grow up wealthy or rich by any standard, but my parents were always there. So I feel I'm richer than most. And if that was given to me, why don't we give it to the next generation? At the very least, be there so that they can say, I saw this, I was modeled for this, and I should make sure I do better for the next generation, right? All right, Dr. Mary, please come on up. I'm bringing her up here because this all, as I said, started as a journey a long time ago somewhere, and I'm holding a couple of goodies here. I think some of them you saw them on the tables. Wait, let me get rid of this. So again, Mary likes to dream a lot. So she dreams and she comes in the morning and says, Diana, I had a dream. And I said, what is the dream? She said, I have to write a journal. And not one journal, but 2 journals. I said, what? All right, how are we going to do this? She said, I don't know, but we are going to do a journal. So she knows I do marketing. I don't know the first thing about a journal. What do I know? And then she comes to me and she has this one. We start with this one. This is just a Christian journal, and all it has is, I think, 120, maybe? 120 scriptures that she sat down, researched, thought about, had to do with mental health and what she's in, and she put it down on the book. Just empty pages. She's going to tell you why you should journal. I was, what do you want to call it? Anti-journaling for a long time. I mean, I wrote in 12 years of school, and then I went to college. I wrote for another 4 years, so I was done with writing. But I am getting back into it, and she'll explain why. And then she came and said, oh, that's not enough. Now I need another one. So she said, my patience for mental health, we need to create another one. So here we are. We created a second one. Put it on Amazon. This one gives you a little more deeper what all the things the panelists have been talking about, how to deal with your emotions, how do you process it, and all those things. So she'll explain that. So Mary, what is the inspiration behind these journals? Why journal?
Because when I was in pain, the only way I was able to let the pain was by writing. I would journal and I will write letter to myself and I will tear up and write again, but that is how I knew how to let my emotions out. I told you guys I went through some trauma, and my older brother, who is here with us today, left Kenya when I was a baby, and my parents followed. And when my mom left me in Kenya, and my dad, actually we did not stay long before coming, but there is that emotion that I could not explain to anyone. I am an only girl out of 4 brothers. You think this dude, we are very close, right? But there are those things I always wonder. If I had a sister, I would share with some vulnerable stuff, right? So I would write them down. When I was 14, I started doing vision boards. I would write my visions very clear through journaling. So when I was doing the Christian journal, I was thinking of the things my patients go through, and they are Christians. So I went through the Bible, and I would look for something that will encourage them. If you open the journal, you would see every scripture there. I read it. Every scripture. And that's how I came up with that. But the mental health journal was inspired by my patients, that one. And many patients, especially the men, they would come and say, Dr. Mary, you keep on telling us to journal. How do I start? What do I do? I don't even have an emotion. If you open the first page, you will see it's all about the emotions. How do you feel? You're like, I don't know. You feel sad, you feel overwhelmed, you feel discouraged. Why do you feel that? Let me tell you, for you to be able to heal, you have to know how you feel. You cannot heal from something you don't even know it's wrong. So it was like, I feel sad. Why do you feel sad? Yesterday, when we went to bed, I tried to scratch my wife. My wife said, no. I feel bad, right? So that makes you wake up very grumpy in the morning. And, those emotions, if you know how those emotions, if you know how to identify that emotion, then you will be able to process that emotion. Why do you feel overwhelmed? I don't know. You should know. How are you going to process that emotion if you don't know why you're having that emotion? So that's how I came up with the second journal, just to kind of help you and to guide you. Write it down, identify your emotion, process your emotion, regulate your emotion, and that is how I came up with the second journal.
So sometimes some of these things that we're trying to do now are to break some of the cycles that we have had in our lives, right? So maybe some of you, including us, your parents read your journal when you were 15 or 16, and then you were beaten because of what was written in the journal. So now you can't put your feelings on paper, because if somebody reads it, they will shame you, right?
Right.
They traumatized you, right? So you can't write it. But I have realized in journaling, just don't care about what is going to read it is you releasing your truth. One thing Rev G read here: when you forgive, you heal; when you let go, you grow. And sometimes you just need to be left with your thoughts and write it down. Write it down. Another thing is, when you write it down, when you come back later and you have grown and you read it, you'll be like, man, I have grown. I have changed. I'm not that person who was that way in the beginning. So it doesn't have to be Mary's books. You can go anywhere and get a journal. Just get in the habit of writing, and writing it often. Because sometimes you can't talk to people. Sometimes you don't hear anyone to say anything to. You can be with a bunch of friends and you can't even tell them anything. But you can write it down and let the emotions out. All right? Yes. So we're going to do Q&A. There's a couple of questions. But before we do that, I have these cards for Dr. Mary Samuel. I'll give them away. But also, Joanne has a couple of books, and Mary also. She has like 10 of these. If you answer a question or you ask a proper question, you can win one of this. This one is called, she said these are the books that have helped you the most or you use the most. This one is called The Body Keeps the Score: Brain, Mind, and Body in the Healing of Trauma. Right? This one is called Journey to the Heart: Daily Meditations on the Path to Freeing Your Soul. So I have a couple of copies of those in the back. And then a couple of lucky people will win a couple of journals from Dr. Mary that we have. So get your questions prepped. We had a few questions that came out when we did registration. Thank you for those. If you have any more anonymous ones, we'll be free to take them. Me and Rev G will be roaming the room to give you the mic to answer your questions. In the meantime, I would like to invite all the panelists up here so that if they get a question that is relevant to them, they can answer that. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So, sorry, I I got a little emotional and I forgot to say what I really wanted to say at the end of my speech. So I had to pay for this time, so please listen. I've met a few people in here. This place is filled with love and kindness and huge hearts. Mary and Sam are probably the most generous people I've ever met. It's unbelievable. And I have no shame in asking. All of this was taken right out of their pockets and some small donations. And we would love for you to please participate with Momentum Hope. We don't care if it's there's on the back of those cards. There's a text to give. You come to our website. You can say something on social media and share it with 5,000 of your best friends. That's all we ask. And if it's $1 a month, we'll put it to good use and enable us to do more of this. And does everybody agree that Mary has a heart of gold? $1 a month will help us keep showing that to people. Thank you. God bless.
So, some of the questions that we got, the first one, how would you advise men to be more open early with regard to mental health issues instead of waiting until it's too late?
So I think the biggest thing is for us to obviously destigmatize like emotions. Everybody has them. Everybody is able, should feel them, right? And for a man, like lower or lessen or just fully take away the barrier that you have built up that tells you, I can't, I shouldn't, it's not a good time. And go in there and in front of a therapist, in front of just a party who is willing to talk to you about you, go in there and discuss, use those feeling words. I feel statements, right? I feel happy. I feel sad. And then the why behind. Because if you can identify that you feel sad, why you feel sad, then work over the span of from your childhood, presently, and all of that. It can be discussed, but you first have to identify. You have to lower the guard. You have to identify what it is that you're feeling, and then why it is that you're feeling, and then we can talk about it, right?
So I'd like to add to that. Be truthful with yourself. It starts with you. If you're not truthful with yourself, you will never be truthful with the therapist or the doctor or whoever, and you will be misdiagnosed. So a lot of us like saying, I just tell it as it is. Are you really truly telling it as it is, or are you playing a role that you adopted as a child and that became your identity or your personality, but it's not the real you? So it goes back to, who am I without all the things that everybody else has told me I am? If you can answer that question, then you'll be able to talk about the things that are painful to you, hurtful, and you'll be able to own your story regardless of what anybody else has to say about your story. Okay?
Gentlemen, she said something, I think it was Tamika, was using the car analogy. And we know from our own experience how the mechanic used to say, pay me now or pay me later. If you don't change your oil, if you don't do that early, or if you do that early, how much is oil change? How much is the engine? It behooves us to get it done early, to get it checked out before it gets to that point, because, yeah, it's very costly in the end.
Thank you. Thank you. The next question is, how does addiction affect the brain? We talked about that, alcohol and THC. Let's go to communicating with my wife openly, cricking my partner and still showing love, understanding my partner, and how to tell what makes me happy and sad. So basically, this person is asking, how can he communicate with the wife for the things that makes him unhappy or sad?
Layered. So it comes down to well, a lot of things, but one thing is communication skills, right? And in therapy, they have this thing called fair fighting rules. I don't really like the fighting because I like to say fair disagreement rules because it's fine to disagree. It's even healthy, actually, to disagree. It's not okay to fight. It's not okay to, a fight brings up in your head that there's a winner and a loser. And so if you are engaged in a fight with your spouse, you want to win, right? So you will say anything, you will dig, you will do all of that if you're fighting because you just want to win. But if you disagree, that's fine. You can agree to disagree. You don't have to be the same. And then you have to be in tune with your emotions, which means you have to know them. You have to give it a voice. You have to put a name to it, right? And then when you're able to communicate, this is my happy, and these are the reasons why. This is what makes me sad, and the reasons why. You speak in those I feel statements. I feel happy when X, Y, and Z. I feel sad because X, Y, and Z. And then you can talk about it. Don't just like say your feeling and then walk away. You want to have a dialogue about it. And there's a such thing as like the love languages. Have y'all heard of those? So I also think, and maybe I'm making it up, but we'll go with it. I think there's also disagreement languages, right? Because for me, people call it stonewalling. It's only stonewalling if you stop the conversation and you never come back to it. But I need a break. Like, I need 5 minutes. I don't think quickly on my toes. And so if I take 5 minutes and I walk away and I gather my thoughts, I can come back and not be combative. I can communicate what I'm feeling. I can talk about the feeling and not talk about what you did. When I say you did this, you did that, you did, it puts the other person on the defense. And they, well, you did too. But if you say, I feel, they're more inclined to lean into it. Talk about it, right? Talk about the feeling, not the action that caused the feeling. Because the action can be many. You want to talk about the issue, not the topic. There can be many topics. You didn't wash the dishes. You didn't take the kids to school. You didn't. But what's the issue? I feel neglected. I feel sad. I feel unheard. Right? So yeah.
Can I add to that? So there's something called the attachment theory. And I want you guys to write that and read about it because it is super important in relationships. There's 4 attachment theories, and it's basically how you attach to your parents, and that shows up in your adult. So if somebody is secure attached, which is what we all want to thrive to be, you're able to hear somebody out and have that conversation the way Tamika described it, not making it about me. If you're an avoidant attachment, when somebody comes to you, you run. Everything is a problem. And a lot of times we don't understand who we married, who we are in relationship with. We don't understand our children. We don't understand the love languages. We don't understand the attachment styles. So the avoidant is hold up, move, you're too close to my space. Then there's a different attachment style that needs to come. That person who is like, I need to talk right this moment. Because you saying you need time, for them, that's an abandonment issue coming up. Those abandonment issues start when a child is an infant. So there's psychologists and teachers and whoever tell parents, let the child cry until they soothe themselves to sleep. That child from age 0 to 6 gets that as abandonment. The people around me do not give a shit about me. And therefore, that person becomes clingy as an adult. So as you're an avoidant, you're running, the person who is clingy is coming. And therefore nobody is being heard. Or there's conflict all the time because one person is running, the other person is coming. So if you're in a relationship with people, and this is not just romantic relationships, it's also friendships. You all know somebody who is needy as hell that drives you nuts. Those are the people with abandonment issues. It is not their fault, they're just not needy by nature. Give them time, listen to them. That is what they need to feel secure and to feel heard and to feel wanted. So pay attention to the attachment styles because those things matter. Learn about your own attachment style. What I'll do is I'll give Mary, for my classes, I have people take the quiz so that you can understand yourself and you can understand the people around you. It's a free quiz, it's online, and it gives you details on how to move from either avoidant or whatever the other attachment styles are to secure. Okay?
To add to that, Joanne talked about attachments. I teach a class about personalities. We have different personalities. And one thing you can do for yourself is understanding the people you hang out with, their personalities. Let me give a very good example with a good friend of mine, Diana. We drive each other crazy. Her personality is a yellow personality. She will do everything last minute, but she will deliver. While I am a red personality, and my personality is very structured. I have to do this at this time, and everything have to be right at this time. So being friends and being very good friends, she's like, leave me alone as long as I deliver. And I'm like, let me do my part, because if I don't do it, it gives me anxiety. You see? So if you're friends, or even if it's your spouse and you don't understand each other's personality, then you always fight. Another thing, because I think this is a guy who asked this question, understand your wife's love language. You can bring flowers all you want, Sammy. If you are not giving me act of service, I don't care about those flowers. So if your love language is act of service, help me with children. I don't care about those flowers. If your love language is what?
Words of affirmation.
Words of affirmation. You're a good man. You provide for us. If you don't give that man those words of affirmation, you're not loving him. See what I mean? What is the other love language? Physical touch. Whoa. You touch your wife, they run away. That's not their love language. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But understand why first. There are people who don't want hug, kiss, all these. If you did not bring them chocolate, problem. If you did not affirm them, maybe their love language is affirmation. You did not tell her, baby, today you look good. Baby, today you did a good job. And you bring those flowers and you're touching later at night, it's not going to happen. Yeah. Learn their love language first. If you know their love language, the communication will be easier.
From a men's perspective, there was a book that was out a long time ago called Men Are From Mars.
Yes.
Women from Venus. We got to learn a new language, as she was saying. But I learned something that I use is having a heart talk, a heart talk. And with that is understanding that, number one, I have my space, she has her space. I can't go and just jump in her yard. She just can't come over and jump in my yard. We have to understand where those boundaries exist. And then we have to realize that we have two of these and one of these. And 90% of communication is this and less of that. And being able to mirror image what you're hearing. When they say something, number one, is it important to you what they say? Let them know it's important to you what they said. What you said, I hear you. You might want to mirror image back what she said to say that what you said is very important to me. Now you're getting somewhere, and then you can explain what you heard and where you're trying to go. You want to always try to get to a point where there's a win-win. What she's got, what I got, and come to a mutual understanding. And sometimes, as she was saying, it's not the right time. So we have to ask him, are you ready to talk? If she said no, don't break the door down. Wait until you have opportunity to talk, and then express yourself in a very calm, cool, collective manner. Because she's always going to win.
It's all about your emotions, guys.
Yeah.
Because if you're feeling that you need to talk right now and she says no, or if you're with a friend and you want to talk about the thing now and he doesn't, you will feel some type of way because the person has said no to you. That is a boundary. Respect it and sit with that emotion of rejection. Process it, accept it, notice it, and then let it go, and then go speak when the person is ready. It doesn't have to happen right now, because if you look at that flyer I gave you guys about the adolescent, needs instant gratification now, this moment. So if you find yourself needing something to happen now, and it's not an emergency, you are in your adolescent and you need to call in your adult. Be present, listen.
Joanne.
Yes, sir.
What you said is very important to me.
Thank you.
Did I hear you say that if you're not ready to talk, I should wait?
Absolutely.
Are you ready to talk?
No.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
And one thing about boundaries that I love to say, boundaries are for other people to adhere to. They don't have to agree with them, because boundaries are for us. So even if you don't agree with my boundary, you're going to adhere to it, like, period, right? Yeah, period.
Boundaries are the distance in which you can love yourself and others simultaneously. I'll say that again so that it can land. Yes. Boundaries are the distance at which you can love yourself and others simultaneously.
All right. Thank you. What is mental health and how does it affect me? We talked about it. Mental health includes the emotion, psychological, and social well-being. Of course, it affects how we think, how we feel, how we act, and it also determines how we handle stress. There are people who don't know how to handle stress. They don't have any coping skills at all. So mental health is being emotionally, psychologically, and social well-being. Okay? So another question is, a toxic relationship is a key source of mental health. How do you identify early signs of these issues?
I want to talk about the word toxic. I personally, and this is me as a coach in this space, I absolutely despise calling people toxic. It basically dismisses the real issue. When an avoidant person is running and you're coming towards them, 99% of the time people call these people toxic, narcissistic. We throw these words and we don't even know what they mean. And then we label people. I'll go and say, oh, Mary is toxic to a group of people. Those people immediately decide Mary is toxic. They don't even know who Mary is. They've never interacted with Mary. If I'm having a bad day and I'm not being my best self, and Tamika meets me on that day, she'll go and say, oh, she's toxic. Didn't give me a chance, didn't figure out what was going on with me. So I always tell the people who interact with me in my classes, stop labeling people. If you're not an MD or a DPC or all those letters behind the doctors, stop diagnosing people. Stop diagnosing yourself, stop diagnosing your others. So because the word toxic is something we are using, I would encourage, before you call somebody toxic or you call a relationship toxic, find out what is happening. What is the real thing that is going on? Are you insisting on being in a relationship with somebody who doesn't want to be with you? Then you're calling them toxic. Are you gossiping, and then when you're called out as being a gossiper, you call the people who called you out toxic? Like, what is the thing? Call a thing a thing. Stop using buzzwords to deal with issues that are real.
So if we change from toxic to strenuous relationship, how do you know you're in those relationships? This is what I said. When bad outweighs the good in a relationship, if someone is consistently threatening your well-being by what they are saying, doing, or not doing. The number one issue that men come to me is lack of sex. That is a bad relationship because it is not a want, it's a must-have for a man. It's a need. It is a need. So when you fight with your spouses in that strenuous relationship, Joanne said we cannot use toxic because we don't know what is going on in that relationship. That is an issue. And that is what many men are complaining about. Sex is a need for a man, and that is how they become what? That is how they create. When that man get enough sex, they create. So when someone is threatening your well-being by what they are saying, doing, and not doing, that is a strenuous relationship. What are the signs? Devalued and depleted, disrespected, unsupported and misunderstood. Feel like you are walking on eggshells. Not the best around your partner. If you're having a problem being yourself around your partner, there is an issue. Because that is someone who need to know you naked. And when I say naked, not physically naked, they need to know your emotions, good or bad. Not happy and feeling sad around your partner. That is a strenuous relationship.
That's a good one. A lot of times it can be a sex thing, but it can be a money thing too, gentlemen. And so a lot of times we can fall out behind sex, we can fall out behind finances, we can fall out behind emotion and those types of things, politics, you name it. There's a lot of things. But as individuals, women, men, there are certain wants that we have. And when they don't line up, her wants with my wants, and her fears don't line up with my fears, she may want intimacy, I might want independence. And so somehow we have to come, to a meeting of the minds here. We have to understand each other. That's why we have family therapy. And so those types of things are necessary. So when you see that dynamic happening, you just want to make sure that we are on the same page. And normally, sometimes I talk about this with just men only, with no women in there. So we can say some things that women don't hear. So y'all didn't hear this. Gentlemen, sometimes we can be in love with a woman that we just can't stand. And so, and vice versa, all right? Because we have personalities. We are human. These things do happen. But when that happens, now we have to get into what we were talking about before, learning how to communicate, getting an understanding, because wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom, but in all you're getting, get understanding. And that's what I have to do. I have to understand my partner. I have to understand what's going on. And sometimes it needs a mediator. Sometimes it needs someone to step on in from the outside and see what's going on the inside. So there's always help. There's always hope.
Yes, Diana?
So I want to changamsha the crowd, right? So they can ask some questions and you don't give us all the questions. So I will start off with one while I'm waiting for the others to give me their questions. Oh, okay. So you'll give you after mine. Question. So some of us are first generation American, second generation American. We kind of find ourselves in no man's land, right? We don't really belong in Africa. We really don't belong here, but we are raising kids who are totally American. And then we get to the point where they are graduating and they have gone, and now there's only two of us in the house. How do you deal with that? Because we are so caught up in the raising of the children, in the busyness of basketball, volleyball, track, and all these things. Then one day you wake up and it is just the two of you. And you realize, and some of us are almost there, right? We are in that, just that cusp of that time of that. So how do we deal with that? Even as we're going into retirement. Oh, I'm not ready for retirement and all that stuff. And then you start seeing those AARP letters and you know the time is coming. So that's it.
So I think the number one thing to do, especially when children are leaving home, is allow yourself to grieve. We typically, life in general, from zero all the way to now, is one huge grief process. You're always grieving what was, what never happened, as you move on to the next stage. So allow yourselves to feel sad. It again, all these things boil down to emotions. Am I feeling sad? Yes. Why am I feeling sad? My child is going to college. Or my child has gone to college and said, don't call me every day. I got it. Right? Or, oh, I'm going to Thanksgiving with my friends. I don't want to come home. Allow yourselves to feel sad and don't project your insecurities on them. Trust that you've done a good job with them and you've equipped them to be good members of society. I will say, as a parent of an adult child, if your kids don't want to come home to you, there's more than likely something. There's a wound there that is preventing them from coming home. We all hear stories about people who moved to the diaspora and just disappeared. Don't want anything to do with anybody. Don't judge those people because you don't know what their story is. So again, give yourself permission to grieve. But before you get to the point where you're grieving that the children are leaving, what are you doing on a day-to-day basis to build this relationship that you have? Your children are going to leave. So if you have little kids right now, please prioritize yourself before prioritizing them. Meet their needs, yes. Don't abandon them. I'm not going to come and take you out of jail if you leave your child and go on a date and CPS comes and takes you. I'm not going to changa. I'm not going to do that. Find a babysitter. Build community. You have friends. You have family. Create community that you can partner and say, today, can you guys keep the kids? We'll go on a date, and vice versa. Help each other. Because truly, like Diana said, we are in no man's land. We are not Kenyan. We are not American. And life around here reminds us every day that we are not either or. When you go home, they're like, you're not from here. You don't even have to speak. It's as basic as the white you're wearing is not the same white as the white they wear there. Right? So give yourselves permission to be vulnerable and ask people for help so that you can build your relationship and keep it spicy.
Yeah, John have said it. It's called empty nesting. You're going through the empty nesting. So build your relationships now. Make your spouse, your girlfriend, whoever, your best friend. Because guess what? Those kids are leaving. So if you don't have relationship now, there was a research in a university, Green something. They said the empty nesting divorces are rampant. You know why? By the time those kids are going to college, you don't know each other. You look at each other like strangers. You don't know what he likes, what he don't like. You don't know what he likes eating. And you're like, okay, I'm not cooking today. Everybody sort themselves. It's because you don't know each other.
And let me say real quick, everybody hinges a relationship on love. But if you think about it, love is an emotion. And our emotions are fleeting. You're not going to always be mad. You're not always going to be happy. You're not always going to be sad. And you're not going to always be in love. Like, let's just call it. But if you have respect between you and your spouse, then you have a thing. If you have trust between you and your spouse, then you have a thing. If you have that loyalty, that faithfulness, then you have a thing that will always keep you guys grounded when the love goes somewhere, because it will. Like when your kids leave, love gonna do a thing. It's gonna do a thing because you're gonna say, I haven't had to tune into this man or into this woman for 18 years or 18 years times four for like Mary, right? I haven't just had to tune into him, his needs, his wants, his desires, his goods, his happy, all of that. But now I do. And I'm not feeling it. You may not be feeling the love, and that's okay. But do you respect this person? Yeah. Are you loyal to this person? Mm-hmm. Do you trust this person? Without a doubt. Well, then you have what you need to make the love come back around again, because it will. Yeah.
And that's what has to be communicated as well, as they were saying, because as life goes on, she was talking about depression. That's part of the mental health issues that we're dealing with. And anytime you lose something, whether it's someone leaving the home, whether you're losing a job, whether you're losing your self-esteem, whatever you lose, I had to grieve losing my drug of choice, because that was my best friend at some point in time when we lose. And then, as she was saying, get some help going through the depression process. And there's stages of depression. You get that. Some of y'all be trying to bargain, God, if you do this, I'll never do. It's happened, and we've got to get to that stage of acceptance. Of course, you're gonna agree. You're gonna be sad. We got to show those emotions, demonstrate those emotions. All of that we have to deal with. And so, with that being said, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen as you were born to die. That's going to happen. We're going to have to deal with that. So be aware that there's help here to help you go through the process.
You have a question, Sam? Yes.
How do you know to go to a psychiatrist or a therapist?
All right. All right. I'm going to answer me. As you can tell, there is a difference between me and Tamika. I am all psychopharmacology, meaning you're going to come, you're going to have evaluation either with me or Tamika, and Tamika will decide these need medication. If these need medication, then you have to go see a psychiatrist. If you are not to a point that you need medication, you just need some talk therapy, some CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, then you go to Tamika. You will never know who to see first, because you can come to me, I do evaluation, and I think, you don't need medication right now, maybe you need to go to Tamika and do therapy. You might go to Tamika first because you thought you needed just therapy, and Tamika will tell you, you need therapy plus you need medication, so you will see both.
Can I add something? And then for those who come to me as a life coach, I may listen to you and be like, you don't need me. You need her. If you're using substance abuse of some sorts to cope with life, I will not touch you with a 10-foot pole. I will be sending you to Dr. Mary. Return to sender. Yes. Return to sender. Exactly.
And then if you look like behind Mary's name, the whole alphabet, right? And then behind my name, I have LPC. And then you'll go to somebody who might have LCSW, or you'll go to somebody who has LMSW. Well, what I'm telling you is you don't have to figure it out. Like, let us do that. So if you decide within yourself, like, I need to talk to somebody, then you just go. Primary care physicians talk to, like, if you just know to go to your primary care physician, then start there. We all know who he is or who she is. So start there. Tell them what the problem is, and they'll say, oh, I can get you started on something. Like, I can get you maybe this medicine, but you need to go talk to Mary. And then Mary will say, well, you want to talk about your emotions, then she'll tell you to come talk to me. So what I'm telling you is you don't have to figure it out who you need to talk to. You just have to decide within yourself that you need to talk. We'll do the rest, right?
All right, I'm going to interrupt here because I'm the timekeeper, right? And we can talk all day, but y'all need to go home. So I have two questions, one from Gigs and one from a gentleman back here, and then we will shut it down, right? All right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mary. Let me stand up. My name is Mbugwa Richu Gigs. They call me the soccer lads here. Now, this is a men's forum. I'm going to ask in maybe a three-part question. One, for those involved in leadership in one way or the other, or for those involved in a group or a church, how do you encourage men, for example, to come and listen to women leaders? That's the challenge I am facing. Number one, I have a group, large group for that matter, and when we brought this information to them, the biggest challenge I received was, how is this a men's conference? How is somebody like me, for example, able to turn around and address some of that? Okay, question one. Question two, and this is in a family setting, for example. How do you go about when a significant other, for example, for us in the soccer community, we do talk. But some of the challenges we face, not professional folks like you guys, but some of the leaders, and some of them are here. When we talk, you hear, oh, my significant other is an internet guru. She spends all her time doing this, doing the other. Oh, my wife, she's the women's guild elder. All she does is wake up at 3 o'clock and pray, right? But yet there is no time. When you try to come up and address this, as in that setting, what would be the best approach? That way you don't bring that conflict, yet you want to bring this group together, but yet you don't want to give the wrong answer. Okay? I must say this now and sit down, because I can also talk. Maybe now, next time I'll be in the panel talking about some stuff. So let me say this now before I sit down. When you have friends, close friends for that matter, right? And they bring issues. How can somebody like me be able to soak in all that information and have it confidential? I'm not a professional again, but yet Molo can call me. I can call out on Molo. Molo is my younger brother, right? And we talk. And then we're addressing issues of young folks. How to be disciplined, go to school, do this, do the other. But yet these young folks are looking at us like, what do you know? Sorry, I know I have a lot of questions. Next time we'll probably do a professional one.
All right. What you're saying, Gigs, was my fear. I was wondering, how will men come, listen to women, because I only had Theo, listen to women and we relate, right? And as I was putting this together, and Gigs being a leader, let me tell you this, there are things you're able to handle as a leader. Okay, there are things, just situational things in your capacity to handle as a leader. There are things you can handle. There are things beyond you. And that is where you come and say, dude, or friend, or bro, I have someone that I know that you can talk to. Remember when I started, I say, let us start in our inner circle, from micro to macro. The reason why I was doing this, it is for self-awareness. When I get that call, it's already too late. There is someone who called me and say, Dr. Mary, if you do not, I am mandated by the state of Georgia to forcibly take you to a mental hospital. But guess what? I cannot do that. I don't know you. I have not assessed you. And they say, this person need help. It is already too late because I don't know this person. I have never seen this person. I cannot just commit them. So there are things leaders, the community leaders, our pastors can handle. There are things friends can handle. There are things beyond you. And that is when you say, this thing will stay in our circle, but There is no secret between 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 people. So what happened in most cases, we are trying to solve the issues outside our capabilities, outside of what we can handle, and then people are fearful of saying, oh, I told Gigs my struggles, and now I'm hearing with all the soccer people. It's not Gigs, it's you who told Gigs, and Gigs is not able to handle that situation. So he goes to Simon. Simon, I had this. How can we help this guy? And then Simon is like, and then Simon called Ricky. Ricky, what do you think of this thing? And so it goes around. You see what I'm saying? There are things that we say, okay, dude, I will get you help. And let me tell you, one of the hardest things is to get people to see what you're seeing. All of you guys can see this person is struggling, but they're not seeing it for themselves. So sometimes, number one, you have to meet them where they are. Are you going to forcefully bring them to me? Nope. But all you got to say, this is beyond me. I can find you help. I can take you. But this is something I cannot handle.
And just to add to that, because what she said was just perfect. And I had that same thought myself. And when I talk to our patients at Ridgeview, I let them know that the individual that will be their program therapist, I let them know that they will be facilitating their group therapy, facilitating their education group, facilitating their meditation group, because 90% of the work is on the patient. All right. And so what we're doing is processing information. As leaders, as managers, we can't make good decisions without the proper information. And so as the information goes out, that's what we're processing. We're not looking at the vessel that it's coming from. We're just looking at the information that we're getting, and we're putting that into practice and using that to get better. And so with that, Grandma said a long time ago, eat the fish, leave the bones. And so there's a lot of times there can be some things coming at you that you can get that's going to be useful to you. And if it's not useful to you, then you just press that aside. But you can learn from any old person, young person, whoever it is, the information coming at you, you can do that. And then to address your other question, you're talking about people coming to you sometimes with issues and problems like that. Some things you can't handle. Some things they don't want you to handle. A lot of times people don't care what you know. They just want to know that you care. And so just listen to them. And if you have to send them somewhere to or refer them on, then do that.
Thank you, Theo.
I'd like to add something also in terms of people coming to you with stuff that you cannot handle or you're not equipped to handle. There is something called codependency. And that is based on worthiness, being worthy, right? Seeing yourself as worthy of everything that you deserve. A lot of us were neglected, not intentionally, but neglected. Our needs were not met. And the only way we got attention in our homes, in our schools, in our communities was being helpful. So are you sending a vibe out there that you're the solver of all problems? Do you have solid boundaries? Are you able to say, Joanne, I hear you, I see your pain, I'm not equipped to deal with this, you need to go see a professional. And the next time Joanne comes to you, you say the same exact thing until Joanne gets it. And guess what? She is going to have to take responsibility and go get the help. You can offer to take them, but if you're forever allowing yourself to be the dumping ground and the person is not actually taking action even when you've given them the resources, then you have to set a proper solid boundary and be like, I am not the person. I love you, I hear you, but I'm not the person.
All right. I have to squeeze in 2 questions because somebody else has one. But before I say, I give it over to the gentleman to ask a question. Another thing is also invite these people to come to your meetings, right? It doesn't have to be a formal thing like this. Call Mary up and say, Mary, look, today we have a free Friday. Come and talk to us. Will you agree, Mary?
Absolutely.
All right. Here you go.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Good to see you, Dr. Mary. Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Sadera, and I'm so appreciative for this meeting. And actually, this is what we were doing like about 2, 3 weeks ago, having the same. But I got this question. I'm a college professor and a parent, and also, some of us have got teenagers. And that age, it reaches a time that every time they are opening schools, there are some forms that they go to fill up before they open up. What do you call it? The assessment form. They have to be taken to be seen by their physicians, and then they will take it to school. Then in that form, there's some questions that I believe, I don't know, I just want to explain it a little bit so that I can put my question in. Those questions are kind of directives. Have you ever thought of committing suicide? Then the child is supposed to tick yes or no. Have you ever thought about this? Yes or no? When I used to take my son there, I noted there were some questions which were triggering some thoughts. And some students will always write, when they start to rebel, they will start writing, yes. Have you ever thought about this, mental illness or something like that? I'm sure you people, that's part of your area. And most of these kids, when they write that, I have seen a lot. I have some students in my class. Every time they come to class, I just look at that student and I just notice that he's over 20. I'm not talking about primary kids or high school kids. I'm talking about college kids. They come in there, you see this person has a problem, and then you try to follow up. And the question now that I want to drive to is, what do you do with these people that have already accepted the concept that I'm ADHD because I was told, and so because they confess about it every time they do an excuse, you know what, I have mental disabilities. I have this, I have that, I have that. But yet, if you put them down and follow some of the concept and testing, you realize that they don't have it, but because they were told. That's my first question. How do you deal with that? Second thing is, as a second generation, maybe here in America, we parents can be stigmatized by that because you'll be accused that you're not taking care of your child. And these are men. By the way, I'm talking about boy child because mostly of the affected ones are boys. They are learning how to commit suicide online. They are learning how to do all this stuff. And then they can feel, I'm manning up, I'm becoming a man, so who is my dad? After all, my mom is shorter than me. I'm bold and I'm this. So how do we as parents also address these mental issues to our children? Because I believe as fathers, give us some advice because I got boys, you have boys. What do we do before they leave the house? Thank you.
So I will say to start off with your first question. For me as a therapist, I look at a diagnosis as a place for me to start. So even if you don't carry that, I'm okay with that. Like if I say it seems like you have symptoms of depression, what does that mean? You're sad, you're sleeping all the time, you're eating too much, not eating enough, you're avoiding life. That's where the focus needs to be, right? And so when somebody says, when a child is 7, 8 years old, he or she has ADHD, what does that mean? Like, give me the explanation. Don't give me the label. Tell me what it is that I'm doing. You're overactive. You can't focus. You can't this, that, or the other. Anything can be used as an explanation for. Nothing should be used as an excuse, right? Anything can be used as an explanation. Nothing should be settled upon as an excuse. You can move through whatever it is that you struggle with or that they said when you were 7 or you were 8 or you were 14 that you had. You can move through it. So even if they said when you were young that you had ADHD, does that mean that's the kind of mountain that you have to climb and stay there? Nope. Like if they said you had ADHD, okay, so that means I need to overcome this hyperactivity. I have to overcome this lack of focus. So what do I need to do? Learn how to focus. Stop being hyper and do the work that comes with working through those things, right? And so the opposite of that is when, like the test you were talking about. Have you ever thought about suicide or anything like that? Having a suicidal thought does not mean you want to kill yourself. What it means is that you're hurting. You're hurting. And so then we need to pay attention to the hurt, because you thought, if I do something to myself, then that will stop the hurt. So it is an attempt, a bad one, but an attempt at a coping skill, right? So you need to cope because you're hurting. So let's deal with the hurt. So stop giving everybody so many labels. Like, that only explains what's inside of the person, not why it's there. So I want to help you get to the why, because the fact that it's there isn't enough. Like, I need to know why it's there, what happened, why you are ADHD, why you feel so sad, why you're affected, why you're hurting. So that's the first part of your question. And I'm not from another country, so I don't know the specifics of what comes with a parent having to help their child through the journey, being from different countries and stuff like that. But what I do know is that as a parent, again, we have to see our children on a person to person level, not a parent to child level, because that puts you in a position of power. And so they're going to hide. They're not going to talk about, they don't want to let you know that, like, this thing happened in my life, or I perceive this thing in my life a certain way. So meet a person on a heart to heart level. See them as the person that they are, not just the role that they play, right?
I'd like to speak from a parent's perspective, first generation immigrant. I have a 28-year-old daughter who came here when she was 8. And I'm sitting here because we've gone through all the things that we refuse to accept. And the number one thing we do is minimize the suffering of our children. And I want you to hear me, and hear me, please. When a child writes that, yes, I have thought of suicide, like Tamika said, it doesn't mean that they have attempted. Read it as a statement. I have thought. Did I act on it? No. But if my situation does not change, I may act on it. That is why we lost Yaron and Jaden. Because they spoke. They said the things that were happening. And this is not to blame any parent. My child has been to Pitchford, which is similar to Ridgeview. She attempted to jump out of a moving car on Georgia 400. And I thought I was doing everything right. But she told me the things so many times in different words, and I did not take the time to listen and understand. And she started saying from a very young age, you just don't understand. You just don't understand. And we as first generation immigrants have a tendency to tell them, when I was in school, we make it about I. So for that reason, they shut down and they go try and deal with their issues elsewhere, because guess what? You're not willing to hear. You're not willing to understand, and you don't live in their world. Yes, you guys are men, black men. And when you walk out of that door, you're a black man. But when you speak, you have an accent. So automatically people think you're different. Our children are not different. When they speak, they are bundled with what is unfortunate in this country, racist about African Americans. They are bundled with that group and they become a threat. So for us to minimize and say that they are making up the things, and this is not to say that some are not made up, but I want to say a lot of it is not made up. And a lot of times we are the problem because we are not giving them the space or the opportunity to speak up.
And I'm going to add to that, and time is gone. Dr. Sandera, by the time they keep on writing, yes, I have suicidal thoughts, remember we said, yes, they will have thoughts. Yes, they will have some self-harming actions. Some of them will cut deep. Like they will come and they are all self-mutilation, right? Let's not ignore it because you don't know how they are feeling and what they are seeing the world at that time. What is happening, our children are suffering in silence. And you know why? Because when they come, man, my son said the other day, Mommy, don't tell me to eat ugali just because. Because that is the answer we give them. When I was your age, when they don't see that world. And I have realized this with technology. Our kids are like this, even a 5-year-old. Man, we did not have phones back then. They do have them. So when we keep on telling them, when I was growing up, they don't know when you are growing up. They were not there, right? They cannot understand that world. They are understanding the present world we are living. So many people ask, how do you do it? Control it. Everything is an addiction if it's not controlled. But when you keep on telling them, when I was growing up, I was reading books. Yeah, because you did not have phones. You did not, So that is the world we were living in. The present world is a technology world. Okay, so let's not ignore them. ADHD is a big problem that we are dealing with right now. College students are abusing stimulants. So you're going to hear that. I have ADHD, I have ADHD, I have ADHD. Some of them truly are suffering. That's why they come for evaluation with an open heart, with no judgment. Once they come, we do that evaluation. By the time you speak by the third sentence, I know whether you really are having ADHD or you really are looking for stimulants. One pill of Adderall is $60 on the street. So when they come, exam time, Dr. Mary, I cannot concentrate. Guess what? I just go to Georgia PDMP. I just pull your name. I see you came to me today. Last week you went to Dr. Williams. The other day you went to Alabama. I can track all that. I will not tell you you're drug seeking, but I know. So due to the problem that we are having right now with stimulants and addiction, people are suffering. Because when you go to a psychiatrist, they say you're drug seeking. But if you're truly honestly evaluating them, you will know whether they're drug seeking or really whether they need help.
Real quick, I want to add something else that we as first generation immigrants or as immigrants in general don't think about. And Black people in general. Voting. We are responsible for the laws that are put out here. When you don't vote, you're ignoring what your children are going to go through. So when the classroom has 50 students and one teacher, guess what? If your 5-year-old cannot sit down for 2 hours, and there's no 5-year-old who can sit down for 2 hours, the teacher will say, you know what? This kid has ADHD, give them a pill. Give them a pill, and that's where all the problems start. So please vote. Pay attention to what's happening in your communities. Have a voice. Even if a lot of times things will not go your way, be active. Don't give up, because what we don't do now will become the problem of the generation after us.
All right. I know, yes, go ahead and give them a clap. We apparently have to do this more often than just one day. So we will try and organize that. But Drew is the last question, and then we will.
Mine is really quick. I'm sure there are a lot of people who have never been to, or anybody that, especially for men, that has gone out to seek help in terms of like mental therapy. So are there any like self-assessment steps that one should take? Or is there like a template of some sort for self-assessment so that somebody can know, hey, maybe I have a mental issue, I have whatever it is that, help they may seek?
Okay. Every time you go to your primary care physician, they usually have something we call PHQ-9. There are 9 questions that actually ask you those questions, and sometimes we don't pay attention. How we are able to know, how people come to us are mostly, they usually come from the primary care physicians. Don't ignore those questions. They usually have you been feeling sad or lack of interest in the past 2 weeks? You say, I don't care. No. But if it's true, if truly you have been feeling that, it's called PHQ-9. You usually answer that. You can go online. It's called PHQ-9. Just go answer those 9 questions. If you score more than 5 or 6, guess what? You need to seek help.
Also, I think we stigmatize therapy as something to do when something is wrong. I have a standing appointment with my therapist every 2 weeks. Why? I don't have to ever talk to Mary or Diana or anybody about the stuff that is happening in my life. I can go talk to this random person, tell them all the things, tell them how my boss sucks, how my daughter is doing this, how all my mom is like this and whatever. She listens and whatever. And I just dump that on her and I go on my merry way and life is good. And therefore, nobody's gossiping about me out there. Nobody's feeling like I'm violating them. So therapists are not just for when things are wrong. There are also sometimes therapists who double as coaches who you can go talk to. Like, for example, I work in IT. And because of our education system where we had to excel, we had to do things now, there is that mentality of perfectionism that I had in my mind all the way to adulthood, where I would be responding to emails at 1 o'clock in the morning and so my therapist asked me, so where in your life were you told that all emails must be responded to right now? And I had to go think about that. If I don't respond to this email at midnight, what's going to happen if I respond to it at 8 or at 7? Those are the things that therapists do for you. They will ask you questions that make you think about the way you're doing things, where those behaviors came from, and how to change yourself. So it's not always about things are wrong. It's also just life skills that you may not have ever been given growing up.
And then as we wrap up, a lot of you work places where they have insurance, and some of these resources are available there, right? When you fill those forms every year, they say, if you need therapy services, blah, 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 they are there. We don't take enough advantage of those. Make sure you take advantage of those. If not, find these beautiful 4 individuals who have blessed us today. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Yes, yes, yes. They have earned their breakfast today. They have put us to work. They have given us a lot to think about. Joanne, Tamika, Theo, and Dr. Mary, we are very, very, very thankful for all of you. And Dr. Mary will give us the word of thanks, and then we out.